Good afternoon. Maybe just a check. Can you see and hear me fine?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. I wasn't having a banner internet day, but hopefully it's all better by now. So thank you so much. Well, good afternoon. It is 1 p.m. on Monday, February 5th, 2014, and we are meeting here for a workshop in proceeding number 23M-0464EG, which relates to implementation of certain provisions of Senate Bill 23-291. I'm Commissioner Megan Gilman, and I have been designated as the hearing commissioner in this matter and happy to host the workshop today. I'm just going to give some opening comments and kind of set the stage for why we're here today. And then I'll be delighted to invite some other folks to talk and chime in, and it will be a relief to not just have my own face giant on the screen for you. Before we get into the substance of today, I wanted to give a bit of a broader overview of the proceeding that we're in to identify the topics that are intended to be covered in a larger sense, and then the order in which I foresee we're actually addressing them with specific steps and actions here today. So I'll describe the couple of distinct purposes of this docket. However, at the onset, I'd like to acknowledge that there is a significant amount of crossover of the different scopes that we're trying to address within this docket. So while we're only all appearing, that is the reason you'll see them all appearing together in this same docket. So while I'm trying to some degree to separate them just to have kind of organized chunks of work that we can move through here, I'll also acknowledge there's a lot of overlap. We might hear some of that overlap today that strays a little bit from our core topic today. So first of all, in Senate Bill 291, the Commission was directed to study potential barriers to beneficial electrification and distributed energy resources within the tariffs, policies, and practices of the state's investor-owned electric utilities. This study was intended to identify the barriers and provide recommendations with a report that is to be posted to the Commission's website by March 15th of this year. Given the deadline for action on this particular scope, this has been one of the main initial priorities within the docket. To complete this scope, the Commission engaged two consultants, Lotus Energy and Group 14 Engineering, to conduct outreach, analyze documents, including a series of direct questions posed to the investor-owned electric utilities about their policies and practices in connecting new loads and DERs, as well as addressing distribution system upgrades needed to accommodate new or upgraded load and other related inquiries. Additionally, the consultants convened several meetings with interested stakeholders and people with specific experiences related to the study to gain perspective on implementation of these things as customers experience them. They're now diligently working on that report as it is intended for that March 15th release date. Additionally, this docket includes scoping to collect information on potential requirements for dual fuel utilities to provide customers with information about and options for electric, space, and water heating. It's also intended to examine the elimination of incentives for gas service to properties as dictated by Senate Bill 291. It also includes scoping to prepare for the promulgation of rules to establish standards for voluntary disconnection from an IOU gas utility system and to prohibit penalties or charges for the voluntary termination of gas service, which was also covered by Senate Bill 291. Given the timeline for the first issue brought up, that's been prioritized from a timing perspective. However, given significant concerns that were brought to our attention in the fall of 2023, where we were hearing that new and upgraded loads, particularly several new potential affordable housing properties, were either provided with multi-year timelines to connect their buildings and or multiple million-dollar distribution system upgrades for which they would be responsible, resulting in several instances in projects no longer being viable. I put out a separate order to host a public comment hearing on October 4th of last year, 2023, in which I solicited information on experiences in securing new or upgraded electrical service, including details on the cost and timing of those connections. I was very appreciative to hear of those instances and truly appreciate the experiences shared in those to better understand the perspective of both new and existing customers in kind of the service and timelines they were experiencing from the electric utility. So getting those issues out quickly was of significant interest to me to ensure that we understood the state of the situation and had better perspective on what issues and challenges customers were facing. It also helped direct some of our work in investigating the barriers faced by customers in pursuing BE and DERs. So today's workshop is the next step in this sequence that we're looking in this docket, and is intended to focus fairly discreetly on looking at the process and communications surrounding getting new or upgraded loads served by electricity. It seems fairly obvious to me after our public comment hearing in the fall that we have an issue here. There does not seem to be a process that is working incredibly well to provide customers with certainty as they move forward with proposed projects. And so I'm hoping for today to be a venue to help us bring about those concerns, but really get together to talk about ideas on how we could improve these processes and communications around getting new or upgraded loads served by electricity. I'd like to better understand how it's going out there by using the first 30 to 45 minutes or so to hear from customers, prospective customers, on experiences with these particular situations of getting new loads served or upgraded loads served, specifically around how the process and communications went from kind of start of notification with the utility through to the end. Then I'd like to turn to Public Service Company of Colorado to talk about their process as they see it. I think it's important to mention, and I would really love to avoid any sort of back and forth on particular situations. Certainly if there is kind of a theme or something that occurs several times, it seems very reasonable to address kind of that topic or area of concern rather than specific circumstances, just so we don't end up down a rabbit hole on any specific circumstances, but really stick to the main topic, the main problems and main issues. And then our last item on my agenda, but what I'd really like to see take up the bulk of our time today, I'd like to turn to this by 3 p.m. at the absolute latest, ideally sooner. I'd like to get into the heart of what I'd like to talk about today, which is how we can improve upon the processes and communications we have going right now, whether that's better process, better tracking, better communication, consistent points of contact. I'd really like to spend our time today in this workshop format to brainstorm together so that we can ideally have some concrete steps for real progress here to alleviate some of the frustrations we've heard from projects, and really to ensure that we're able to deliver with the state's utilities what is needed by the market in terms of new service or upgraded service that's needed. So that's kind of my intro, a brief rundown of how I see it going today. I'd also just like to remind everyone before we get started, you can submit written comments at any time into this proceeding. The proceeding number again is 23M-0464EG. And this could be particularly useful if you hear something today. We might not have time to get to every single thing or get back to every single person here. So if you hear something that piques your interest or have a suggestion or want to elaborate or address a more specific kind of circumstance or suggestion, written comments could be a very useful way to do that after our workshop today. So please feel free to use that venue to continue to express yourself so that we can have really the best information available with a wide number of perspectives. So with that as an intro, I'm really pleased that we have a lot of folks signed up to join us today. So first, as I mentioned, I'd like to really turn to the experience of customers, municipalities in trying to get new or upgraded electric loads served by the electric utility. So I would certainly invite any of those joining us, go ahead and turn on your cameras, raise your virtual hand, however you'd like to flag to us, and we'll be happy to get through that. One more thing, sorry, I keep promising I'm done. But next Monday, I'm also hosting an additional workshop in the same proceeding where we intend to look a little more acutely at some of the distribution system needs that there might be in certain areas of the state that have caused some of the frustration and concerns here. So that will ideally be a good venue to hear from Public Service Company of Colorado about some of the issues going on. We also have thoughts of hosting other potential workshops on issues like cost allocation with regard to the electric system distribution upgrades. And then, as I had mentioned, we'll move on to other phases of the M docket, like how we get started on the promulgation of rules around voluntary gas disconnections and the other steps kind of that are all intertwined, but taking them in discrete steps. So hopefully that's somewhat of a helpful roadmap for you all as we continue to map out where we're going with this broader group of issues. So with that, happy to hear from different folks and parties on their experiences. And I can take you in whatever order I see you. So go ahead, Catherine DeVivier.
Hi, welcome. I seem to be the only one that couldn't raise my hand, but I did take your invitation to turn on my camera. Many of you know my particular situation because it was reported in the Denver Post and the Daily Camera last week on February 30th. And as you said, I don't want to necessarily focus on what happened to me, but I completely electrified my house and I tried to contact Xcel to turn off the gas. And the form that they customer service told me to fill out was lock meters. And since I'm a lawyer and it said by signing below, I affirm that the property is vacant, I said, there's a problem. This form doesn't say I want to turn off my gas. It doesn't look like the right form. So then the next customer service agent sent me to a different form, which was application for residential electric or gas service. And that resulted in a bill of $5,333. And eventually that got worked out partially, I think, through the reporter. But my suggestion, as you asked for, was that Xcel needs to have clearer forms for people that are electrifying, because that's what a lot of us are doing. So there should be something clear on this form that just says, check the box. I've electrified my home. I don't need natural gas. I don't want to be charged every month anymore. So that's basically the only point that I have, unless you have any questions.
I really appreciate it. Thank you. And I do want to point out to you, we will likely get in much more depth into kind of the details around voluntary gas disconnection as we move on to the next phase of this effort, but that's a very helpful kind of roadmap for us to get to as we move into the future. So very much appreciate it. Ms. Elam.
Thank you, Commissioner. Carolyn Elam. I'm with the City of Boulder. And I wanted to just kind of share some of the experiences we periodically get. I get calls from residents, and it's usually those who are installing solar, and there was a transformer upgrade that had to happen as part of that project. And they often were under the impression that it was waiting on the municipality to issue the permit for the transformer upgrade. And it really surfaced that there's really a lack of transparency of like when there is a necessary transformer upgrade as part of either its electrification project or a solar project, the end customer has no way of knowing where in the process it is or who's holding up the project, whether in this case it was their solar developer, if they'd submitted the proper paperwork to Xcel, or if Xcel had pulled the permit yet with the municipality, or if the issue was on the municipality side. So I think overall I would just say there's just this inability for us to understand where things are in the pipeline, and we spend time trying to track it down on behalf of residents. So I think more transparency and communication with the customer, like so that they're either getting notified when like their contractors are taking certain steps, or what the timelines are for projects to be executed. I think those are things that would be very helpful, again, from our side, as we're getting these calls from residents who are trying to figure out why they paid for something that just hasn't happened yet. So that's just been one of our struggles.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's see. Anyone else? Invite you to help us during this section of the program. Yes, Ms. C.
Hi, Commissioner Gilman. My name's Anita Seitz, and I'm the Advocacy Director for Colorado Communities for Climate Action. We're a group of 42 different local governments that have come together to promote statewide climate action. So many of our members, communities, RA within Excel territory, but also care a lot about supporting beneficial electrification, distributed generation, and those types of issues. And we've heard more and more concerns both on interconnection and capacity to serve issues bubbling up. One of our members, Superior, did send me an email. They were unable to attend today, but asked me to read their email into the record. I will say this is not isolated. This is something we've heard similar. Obviously, the Marshall Fire is very unique to a certain portion of the state, but we've heard similar issues from other community members. I'm sorry, community or members, not meaning individual members, but are members of our organization. So interconnection issues have impacted Marshall Fire rebuilds, not just in Superior. These are areas where Excel was installing new infrastructure, but there was still barriers for rebuilding residents to overcome when electrifying or installing solar. It took about 6 months of working with Excel, starting at the beginning of last year, but they did finally agree to waive the supplemental review fee for fire rebuilds. The interconnection issue is absolutely not something that people recovering from a climate disaster and trying to rebuild better should have to contend with. You can see one story on a rebuild in the news, and doesn't appear that we have a chat function, but I can email that, Commissioner Gilman, or somehow put it in the written testimony. In general, we have seen quite a few solar installs need to go through the secondary review process before connecting over the last year, including the majority of installs from our Solarize Superior Solar Co-op that began in 2022 and stretched out into 2023 due to Excel issues. Not only is the process of who will need a secondary review not transparent, but there are also extra costs. $200 for review, and potentially huge cost to be borne by the homeowner if infrastructure upgrades are needed. The process across the board of interconnection, who needs reviews, what happens if you fail a secondary review, costs, timelines, etc., has lacked transparency and been slow and frustrating for residents. At various points, this additional process to connect to the grid has significantly slowed down solar projects by months and increased residents' negative perception of solar. So hope that those comments are from Superior, Colorado, but again, I think that they are echoed by many of our members. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Yeah, thank you. And I will just point out, as I mentioned at the onset, if you have additional information, like it sounds like the story, feel free to file that as a public comment in writing within the proceeding, and then we'll all have access to it.
Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Yeah, thanks. Mr. Gleason.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me all right? Okay, perfect. So my name is Tom Gleason. I'm with Denver's Office of Climate Action, Sustainability, and Resiliency. And just going to kind of echo a little bit what Anita was saying, but also put a different spin on it. So I lead our new building electrification pilot program. So Denver is helping to support and incentivize all electric new construction and learn from that process to then use those projects as templates that others can follow to go all electric in a variety of building types, sizes, and uses. And so currently we have 16 different projects scaling from, high-rise multifamily to single-family homes. And so with this, we've had, through this experience, we've had both our projects and then other new development teams, new project development teams that have experienced challenges with grid reinforcement charges, and also kind of challenges matching up the timing in terms of, when their projects are being reviewed by the City and County of Denver's permitting office versus when Excel is doing their own reviews. And so through this process, we've learned about at least 10 different projects that have seen pretty significant grid reinforcement cost estimates, 4 of which are affordable housing projects. And they've been given ranges from, you know, $3 to $5 million, $2.5 to $4 million, and $2.5 million and $4 to $5 million, with timelines or delays to their projects of 3+ years, 4+ years. So we're seeing significant added costs and added times for this new development. And this is all, you know, under the, I guess, justification that Xcel needs to ensure sufficient grid capacity is available to support these projects. But I'm just here to advocate for, you know, the project teams that we work with. And I think we have a couple folks in today's workshop that I hope have an opportunity to speak about their specific experiences. But this is, you know, this is something that we see as a pretty significant barrier for any new construction, but especially when we look at affordable housing, when they have very tight deadlines that they need to meet and pretty tight budgets as well. So happy to be here, and thank you for listening to me kind of share what I've heard from these folks. And again, I hope that the people on the call today can advocate for their specific projects.
Thank you, Mr. Gleason. Appreciate it. Yeah, and just to clarify my original comments, I'm happy to hear from individual projects and developers on their actual experiences. Just want to avoid like a back and forth with public service on them, and more like highlight what people are experiencing and then maybe address those topically with public service. To clarify, in case it wasn't clear, you made me second guess if I was clear on that, but perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if I could just add one last bit, I also I have a peer who will be kind of towards the latter part of this workshop be sharing a proposed solution to this. So hoping not to just bring problems, but also, you know, offer solutions as well. So thank you for your time.
Excellent. I agree. That's part I'm very much looking forward to. All right. Ms. Burton-Zetti.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I just really wanted to echo a few of the things that Tom had said. I'm with the city and county of Brimfield, and we've had some similar situations with some of our development projects, and having infrastructure costs for installing additional feeder lines coming pretty late in the process, even after developers have proactively tried to engage with Xcel during the development review process for multiple years. After grading is started and they are really moving forward on the project, then being made aware of $6-8 million worth of costs that really can derail a project quite considerably that late in the process. So I just wanted to say we're having some of those similar situations, really late commenting, late identification of capacity issues for some of these projects that are coming through.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's see. Who else would like to speak? Go ahead, and Mr. Fiedler.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. We'll uncover my camera as well as turning it on. Yeah, from Lake County up in the central Colorado Mountains. Also want to echo some of those experiences, especially in our case from some residential consumers just being hit with some pretty large, supply line or distribution grid upgrade costs when they're trying to, say, add an EV charger or do beneficial electrification in their own homes. And in several cases, it's sort of been it's pushed their personal project into not being able to proceed. So just to sort of add to the record that the costs that are being imposed on some residential consumers are really making a difference in on the ground implementation of beneficial electrification goals. But I wanted to point out two other things we're seeing sort of maybe on a more systemic level. One is, so here in the city of Leadville and some of the unincorporated county, Xcel's doing a multi-year natural gas supply line upgrades, which I mean, I assume is a good thing from sort of safety and reliability. but tens of millions of dollars are being spent sort of proactively and kind of holistically on the gas side. But it just doesn't seem like the electric distribution grid is getting the same kind of planning approach. And maybe those upgrades are being done in some places, but it's been frustrating to us, that some residential customers who happen to trigger a transformer upgrade or a supply line upgrade, they're being hit by those costs. Whereas literally on the same street, the gas upgrade somehow is being spread across the system, and being done more proactively. So I think there's just something to be done about why the gas system seems to be able to be more proactive in its planning and upgrades, and the distribution grid is getting done more incrementally. And then a second point, and this is speaking from Lake County's experience trying to build a new municipal building, upgrading or replacing our courthouse. Again, it's sort of a disconnect between the gas and electric sides of public service. There's just no information being given to large new municipal customers about the idea of beneficial electrification or going all electric. I just, when you approach for new service, the idea or support for considering going all electric in a new municipal building, that information is just not provided. You are steered very specifically into conventional gas and electric. And again, I think there's just some information that hasn't percolated down to the customer facing level yet. That again is, if you don't know to ask for it, or in our case, we got a DOLA grant to provide our own energy modeling for an all electric option. Unless you know to do that, it's just not being encouraged at the customer service level. So I just wanted to add those 2 points. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Fiedler. Appreciate your participation. Let me see. Mr. Holmes.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, thank you. I'm Keith Holmes. I'm with McDermott Properties, and we've had some trouble with both gas and electric at our last 2 projects. We had a project in the city and county of Denver back in 21 and 22, whereby it was a gas and electric project, and the gas ended up not being available, and grid reinforcement needed to be done. That we ended up having to pay for, but it was 6 months after Xcel had come to the realization that they didn't have the gas in the area, whereby we could have changed to an all-electric building. But at that point in our schedule, we had already completed our permitting with the city and county of Denver, and were underway with a contract and getting things going on our project, when we were informed that there was not enough gas to supply our project, which was a little bit frustrating. So we paid the bill, and we ended up continuing with the gas and electric building. We started our second building, which we're currently under construction right now, with an anticipated completion date of next fall. It's a larger building, and we received information that maybe we should consider that going all electric on this building because of the gas concerns that we had on the prior building. And we elected to go that route and went in there and designed the building to be all electric, and submitted our application to Xcel back in December of 2022, at which point we didn't really be awarded a contact or design person until March or April of 2023. Then a new person was assigned in July of 2023 with an outside third party Xcel design company. And then that was changed back to Xcel in October of 2023, where we finally got some attention from Xcel and were able to get through the design review process and promised it to be expedited, which they have been expediting trying to get our permanent service now designed and under construction. However, during that process, when we submitted our all-electric building and designed it to have 2 transformers for the 3 services, we were informed by Xcel that we couldn't do that, and we would have to, that they didn't carry transformers that big. which I think if the city is and county, or if the city is trying to go all electric, then Xcel's got to commit to being able to provide larger transformers. Either that, or our building isn't abnormally large. It is a residential multifamily building, so it's probably has a larger electric service than maybe a commercial building. But you're going to get these residential buildings that are going to have 6 or 7 transformers around them if they're of any size. Ours is 151 units. But there's a lot bigger projects out there that require a lot larger transformers if they're going to go all electric. So that was kind of a frustration because it put us back into a redesign and some additional cost and delay in our schedule. And we haven't really been able to tally up exactly what it's going to cost us. It wasn't a problem of any grid reinforcement. I mean, they had the power. I thought all along that maybe we weren't that they didn't have enough power. That's why we were experiencing all of these delays and really having them review our design and getting a design consultant on board from Xcel, a designer. But that ended up not being the case. They have the power, and now it's just a matter of it just taking so long to get it to where we probably won't have it to the site by the time we need it to continue with our construction. So that's the latest concern and the cost associated with all of those delays.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Appreciate it, and hopefully you'll stick around to help when we talk about potential solutions.
Sure.
Ron Flack.
Yes, hello. My name is Ron Flax. I work for Boulder County. What we've been hearing quite a bit about is folks who are trying to rebuild. This mostly has come up with the large number of rebuilds after the Marshall Fire, but folks are really having trouble getting clear answers in a timely manner. They're getting different answers depending upon who they talk to about what the costs might be to their getting the new electric service. And there's a fair bit of uncertainty regarding where the triggers are for grid upgrades. And some of these things have been addressed more recently by Xcel after we brought it to their attention that this was an ongoing problem, but it still remains quite a bit of anxiety out there when people are trying to plan their projects. They don't really know what the costs are going to be, and they get answers that are not reliable, and people are trying to make important life decisions based upon this information, and they're having to make decisions that maybe avoid electrification because they are concerned about what the ramifications might be to going all electric, whether they would have to have some large infrastructure charges attached to their project, and that the time delays are causing themselves huge trauma to these folks that have already been traumatized by the process. The folks that we're seeing entering the permitting process now are the people that had all sorts of problems along the way to get to this stage in the game where they're actually developing their building plans and submitting for building permits, and that uncertainty is just further causing further trauma to these folks. And so what ends up happening is people either get information back that's vague, or they talk to more than one person and they get different answers from different people within the Xcel organization. And so they end up really not knowing what to believe. And then there's a lot of misinformation out there within the neighborhood networks, and the whole thing has gotten rather messy. So I guess I just would say that there really needs to be a concerted effort to sort of streamline the information process so people can know in a timely manner what they're up against and what these costs might look like and what the timing might look like. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flax. Appreciate it. Colin Toom.
Hi there. Thank you, Commissioner. I'm Colin Tom with Boulder County. I facilitate a growing Northwest Metro Regional Building Energy Code cohort of more than 10 communities who support regional collaboration and energy code updates that would achieve consistency and strengthen energy codes towards net zero new buildings. You've also heard from a few of our members already, and I'd like to highlight that the uncertainty and the lack of timeliness and transparency around solar interconnection is a major obstruction to compliance with several of our communities' current and envision local codes that are meant to meet local decarbonization goals and that rely on solar as a clean energy component of those codes. We're also concerned about the impacts of the building performance standards implementation, where on-site solar is a compliance pathway. We know that above state minimums in new and existing buildings, policy is necessary to meet the emissions reduction goals from the building sector. So resolution to these issues is critical. Thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it. I don't see any current hands up, so go ahead and throw your hand up if you'd like to speak or share an experience, or go ahead and just turn your camera on. Works too. Okay, I'm not seeing any run right now, so unless I see one in the next couple seconds, I might turn to public service to see if you can walk us through kind of the process as you all envision and understand and apply it for the evaluation and acceptance of requests for new or upgraded service or DERs all the way through to completion. So I don't know if someone's on from public service that would be able to help us, Mr. Berman.
I'm going to start. We've got a number of people on today, Commissioner Gilman. So I'll start just with an introduction. My name is Steve Berman, and I am the RVP for Regulatory and Pricing for Public Service. We appreciate the opportunity today to engage with our customers, communities, and stakeholders, and the Commission, of course, on how we can improve and continue to improve the customer experience with interconnections and this process in general. We have a number of subject matter experts today. We can address things specifically, or we can kind of walk through the various processes as they are a little different depending on whether it's a solar interconnection or a generation interconnection or some of the other pieces we've talked about. But before we dive into that, I wanted to provide a little bit of context about some of the growth and demand that we've seen on these requests in the last several years as we've continued down this beneficial electrification journey. So for just a few specific things that have come up in this proceeding, and then again, the company has filed detailed written comments with our processes, and but what we didn't do there, I think, is provide some of this context on the sheer size and volume that we're experiencing on these requests. So one of the things that we've talked about are conceptual capacity checks, and we've seen those grow from 86 in 2018 to close to 4,000 in 2023. So, and these are just without an application, kind of customers checking in on what capacity the company has in a specific area for a project. When it comes to fulfilling specific requests with applications, the company has set almost 400,000 electric meters from 2010 to 2023, and the annual amount of meters set has been increasing from a little over 16,000 in 2019 to over 26,000 in 2023. And as we look at solar interconnections and DERs, we've installed over 700 megawatts of additional customer-sited solar capacity since 2012, and we've received about 1,300 new applications on a monthly basis in 2023, with anywhere from close to 4,000 applications in progress at any given time. So one of the themes I think here is this is probably a good time to have this discussion and looking at our processes, because we just have seen a big increase in a short period of time in the demand for these connections. So I wanted to kind of start there and lay a little bit of foundation, but however we'd like to go, if we want to walk through various processes, we can bring up our subject matter experts to kind of give an overview or answer any specific questions.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. And if it's okay with you, I might ask a few questions as we go. So just quickly, with regard to the context you're kind of laying out of, at least you're laying out a pretty dramatic escalation of the number of requests, whether it's for new service or for, let's say, PV interconnection. Maybe you can help me understand, a lot of the comments we've seen in this proceeding are that individually, people are quite happy with your staff. They're pleasant, they're nice, they're seemingly trying to be helpful, but perhaps understaffed in the areas where we're looking, and you've described a pretty dramatic increase in requests and activity around the areas we're discussing today. So do you have any context to walk me through kind of how staffing levels in these particular areas have changed over these past several years as you've seen the dramatic increase in applications for either new load or PV?
I suspect some of our folks that are on the line that deal with this every day and lead these areas could talk a little bit to that. I think one of the keys is that, we will look for efficiencies in how we process some of these applications. And, one of the examples, cited about the gas connection, and we're already in the process of changing our forms. So I think there are things that we can do to kind of increase efficiency to be more prepared for the level of requests that we're getting as we kind of move towards the future and anticipate continuation of that. And I think we will talk probably more about this next week, but just the sheer size of the potential load coming. I think, as you're well aware, we've got a DSP coming later this year, and there'll be a lot of discussion there about the needs that we anticipate, kind of based on what we're forecasting for that load. And I think, one of the themes we tried to talk about in the last discussion was that we really think we're moving out of a build as the request comes and more towards needing to build in anticipation of these requests in order to be able to meet them in a timely manner.
And maybe for the benefit of the listening public who doesn't join us every week, a DSP is a distribution system plan required by statute, and commission has rules that dictate many of the aspects of those as they come in terms of anticipating system needs, essentially projecting out a 10-year kind of vision of growth on the system, and really strategically planning where the system needs help and potentially non-wires alternatives or ways to avoid or defer investment through utilization of DERs or other measures that might be different from typical utility infrastructure. You can stop me, Mr. Berman, if I've mischaracterized, but those plans come in every 2 years, and we're expecting the second ever. We've only had one from public service that will come in later this year. So just out of respect that some of these folks don't listen to all our meetings, I wanted to help with that acronym and process to familiarize people.
Yeah, good call out there. And also that this is only the second one ever. So I do think we're building on that process, and we anticipate a much more robust plan coming forward this time.
Okay, thanks for that. So maybe to set the stage for our further discussion, and again, I'm pretty focused on what are the processes and communications going on here, both from your perspective of what you think or envision or hope is happening, and then kind of marry that up with some of the customers' perspectives that we've heard or kind of pain points for them. So, Mr. Berman, I don't know if you have someone who could help us. Maybe we'll start first with new or upgraded load requests. And I don't want to belabor this forever, but if we've got like a 10 or 15 minute kind of description of what does that process look like from start to finish, who's involved, how long do the steps take, how does public service determine, what happens and what communications are involved in each step of that might be a helpful way. After that, I'd love to turn to the same discussion for interconnection of PV or DERs, and especially the degree to which at all those processes have anything to do with each other in your planning processes with the customers. So
Okay.
That's how I'm thinking could be useful. Maybe we'll spend 10-15 minutes on each of those processes for you to lay out to us, the intended plan and process.
Okay, would it be helpful? So I think we're going to turn to Mr. Feldkamp The only thing that I'll say is that the typical application process is a little different than the conceptual load check process. So if you want to talk about that at all, we might bring somebody else up to.
Yeah, I'd love you to start me with a customer thinks they might want to do a project.
Okay, so we'll
And
start.
take you through the customer gets their load served. Like, I want to see the full evolution of what you all are doing in those processes from the absolute first moment until things are done.
Okay, then I think we'll start with the conceptual process, and I'll ask our expert to come on screen.
Steve, I can jump on, but I'm gonna talk about the real from application to service first, and then I'll defer over to our planning department that does the conceptual reviews, if that's okay with you.
That'll work for me if it works for Commissioner Gilman.
Perfect. Okay, well, first I'll introduce myself. My name's Andrew Feldkamp. I'm director of the design organization here in Piesco for the entire state gas and electric services. So my group primarily manages the design component of the project, but I'll talk about inception to completion just so that everybody has a full picture. My team really gets involved once a service application is submitted through our builder's call line. That can be for new service, altered service, or the removal of service. Once that application is submitted, it gets assigned to my design team, and that designer will typically start by reaching out to the customer to confirm information. For new load, there's quite a bit that goes into that in terms of identifying and verifying what that new load looks like, depending on the size and complexity of the project. Sometimes we need more detailed information than just a number, right? We might need one-line diagrams, panel schedules, master development plans, things like that, so we can really see the whole picture before we get going. In addition to that, we also need rough timelines for when that service is required. Sometimes we get applications from folks that are looking for service in the next 2 to 3 weeks, and sometimes we're getting applications for work that might not be needed for 6 to 12 plus months. And so understanding what the need time frame is important at the onset with the designer. Once we have that information, the design can then start, and we work with quite a few other groups within Excel to coordinate those projects through completion. So just a few examples of that would be, getting our mapping systems updated with the customer site plans. We have to work with our engineering teams for what those loads look like relative to our existing systems and where reinforcements or upgrades or extensions might be needed. When those are needed, how we apply the service policy to that in terms of customer payment versus company investment and things like that. We work with our siting and land rights group to confirm easements or identify the land rights necessary. Depending on the local jurisdiction, there can be all sorts of permitting requirements that have to be identified at the onset. Some of those that are more lengthy sometimes can take 4 to 6+ months. I've seen longer than that. If you get into like National Forest, BLM, certain ditch companies, those lead times for permits can go much beyond that. So we're working with those groups. We do constructability reviews with our operations teams to make sure what's out in the field can be altered, and what's being proposed can be built. So that's kind of a high level design process that we go through. From there, we will move into contract execution with the customers, depending on what costs are required. Then we create the work orders and help facilitate scheduling and pre-construction meetings so that the operations teams can install and ultimately set a meter. I'm sure the first question that's going to come up is, what are the timelines associated with each of those steps? And that's a really difficult question to answer because scope can vary so widely. A basic new service might only take a couple weeks from application to meter set. When we're building larger subdivisions or commercial properties, or even some residential services, if there's a lot of the interconnection complexities added in that we'll get into in more detail here in a little bit. But those can take months, sometimes more than a year, depending on what reinforcements might be required. So it'd be very difficult to speculate to timelines for each of those steps without talking about a specific scope, and that scope can be different on each of those projects. So that's kind of a high level overview of what goes into the design. You know, we attempt to stay in touch with customers throughout that process when additional information is needed and when we have updates on the status of those projects, but happy to answer questions about that, or we can first maybe talk about what those conceptual capacity checks look like. Completely up to you.
Yeah, I think I'd prefer to hear what the conceptual capacity updates look like. I mean, to the extent internally it's two separate processes, I think to the customers, this is one glide path to getting your project connected. So I think I'd benefit from the full picture maybe before.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a good clarification. So to help the group delineate the two categories that we have internally, once an application is submitted, even if that's conceptual for a customer, that would still fall into our group, and we'll put in an actual capacity request and give an actual answer and move that project forward. Where it delineates is if the customer is not yet ready to put in their new service application and they're just looking for a call it a speculative conversation. There are some other avenues that we can do before an application is submitted, and that's when it would go directly to our, well, theoretically directly to our conceptual capacity process, which I'll let Dave talk a little bit about.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? Great. Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. My name is David Mino. I'm the manager of the distribution system planning team here in Colorado. I work very closely with Andrew Feldkamp and many other people on this call here around the capacity check process, as well as many other things, as we saw in the DSP filing. To elaborate on the capacity check process, specifically the conceptual capacity check, this is something that we started, I think, around 2019 as a courtesy. There's no actual, I don't think there's anything in rules that that kind of govern that conceptual capacity check process. So all these conceptual capacity checks get funneled to my team from multiple groups within the company. That could range from community relations, area managers, account reps, builder developer representatives, clean transportation teams, if there's electric vehicles being requested. So they all get funneled to my team to evaluate from a capacity check standpoint. So we evaluate the existing system, the current loading, what we have already accounted for in our forecast from real capacity checks. And then from there, we evaluate whether the system can handle that new load or whether or not additional upgrades are required to support that. These are non-binding results that we provide at this. So, you know, the conceptual capacity check is really meant to be a snapshot in time in terms of what's available on the system. We don't hold that reservation. We don't reserve that capacity for those specific customers until an actual application is submitted, as Andrew alluded to. This is really meant to be informational for the customer as they're getting ready to work on submitting their application to the company. So that's in a nutshell. So we get that information, we evaluate the capacity, we come up with the scope that's needed to support that. We provide, you know, indicative level cost estimates on what that entails. And then we pass that back to the team to communicate that to the customer, essentially. So that's in a nutshell. I'm happy to clarify anything or elaborate further, but that's our conceptual capacity check process.
Yeah, maybe if you can stay on and we can get Mr. Feldkamp back, I might have some pinball questions. It might go to one of you, I don't know. So just curious, as we look at the capacity check, the courtesy capacity check process, what sort of or how detailed of information is required from the customers about their project, and what kind of phase of project development do you normally see that occurring in?
I'll go first, Andrew, if you want, and you can elaborate if I miss anything. Yeah, we get a whole range of detailed information from customers. Some of them are pretty high level. We have this amount of capacity that we need by this date. Others have, more detailed, more well vetted plans. So we get a pretty large range of information from customers. What we really need to know is how much load is going to be coming on the system, where is it going to hit, when is it going to hit, and we're able to provide a pretty clear, we have a pretty clear picture of what that's going to look like once we have that information. Some projects that are multi-year, we ask for a ramp schedule so we know how much demand is going to be added each year. So that way we can make sure we're planning for that accordingly. But we do get the full gambit. We get pretty sparse information. We get some pretty detailed information for this conceptual capacity check, and we we work with what we have. So I don't know, Andrew, if there's anything else you want to add to that, but
no, I think you covered it well. The one piece I'll layer in is the importance of accuracy and the load being communicated, because that's how we're going to calculate what we call contribution in aid of construction, which is essentially the construction allowance that we award customers when they bring new load onto our system. So to Dave's point, we need to know what the load is and when it's going to be here. But then we need to be able to validate that load in some respect to be able to award that construction allowance. Otherwise, it falls into some indeterminate load categories where we're not able to award as much credit back on those projects.
Okay, and when you're looking at that from a perspective of conceptual capacity check, sorry, those are difficult words. You're looking at just maximum kind of demand, more or less, of the building, or energy as well in terms of what you project for sales to the customer?
When we look at it from a capacity standpoint, we're more so interested in the peak contribution to that specific feeder or substation that they're connecting to. We do take into account the time varying nature of some of those demands. So like electrification demand will account for that in the winter time, not so much in the summertime, right? So we do factor in what those shapes look like in terms of what types of demands are going to be hitting the system. So that way we're not just stacking everything onto a non-coincident peak. So we do add that information in there to try to give us as realistic a picture as possible.
And that's during the conceptual capacity check. So do you often get information?
Just during both, yep. Sorry.
Okay. So you have more or less, ideally enough information about the type of load to be able to understand the diversification of when it should hit?
That's the goal. We don't always get that information. And when we don't get that information, we need to be a little more conservative. So we'll look at it as just adding on to the peak, essentially. So that's where it's really, as Andrew mentioned, it's really critical that we get as much information as possible so we can give the clearest picture possible. A lot of times we don't get that level of information that's really needed. And, I'm sure that requires a lot of back and forth with the customer. But then, if we ultimately don't get the details that we need, we have to be a little more conservative. Otherwise, we run risk in the system. So that's a challenge that we encounter pretty often, I would say.
What sort of, still sticking on the conceptual capacity check, what sort of kind of information or documents or communication are provided to customers to identify for them the ideal information they should be providing to you to be as accurate as possible? How is that communicated?
That's a good question. I think it depends on, I think different groups probably have their own way of doing it. I don't think there's necessarily a standard way that each of the different groups that intake these conceptual capacity checks actually route them and communicate them. Since this actually isn't a required process, right? It's a courtesy that the company performs. I think each group that gets pinged by different customers provides that information to the customer in their own way. We provide, when we do our capacity check, we do them all in the same manner. It's just I'm not as clear as in terms of that final communication with the customer in terms of what's conveyed.
Okay, thanks. Sticking on similar topic, but now moving to you've gotten an application. What kind of form or documentation, or how is it communicated to the customer exactly what information they need to be providing at that point about the project and the details?
Yeah, it's going to depend on the project a little bit, but it will be communicated from the designer to the customer in whatever forum the customer is comfortable with, right? We like email because there's a nice paper trail there, but we certainly understand that some customers prefer to work over the phone or on site in person. And so some of that communication is done verbally, but it's typically the designer, depending on the scope of the project, that will relay to them, you know, what documents are needed to validate that load information, if any, right? I mean, like I said, for commercial projects, we might ask for the actual one-line diagram so we can do those calculations ourselves. For a new residential home, it's quite a bit simpler than that, and there isn't necessarily formal documentation always required with the acquisition of load information. If you're just building a new standard single-family home with a 320 amp panel, we don't necessarily need one-line diagrams for that, because we can kind of guesstimate based on square footage and things like that. But it's typically a conversation between designer and customer to get that load information.
What would you say, like, is a fairly typical timeline between when you get contacted by the customer, now in the official application phase, you're contacted by the customer to initiate this official application, from that until when the designer has all of the information from a customer? I know it's customer dependent, but it sounds like there's some back and forth that goes on here to make sure you have what you need. It's not all being provided upfront because there is no standard upfront. So what is that timeline like between when the customer contacts you with an official application and when the designer can even start because they have all of the details they need?
Yeah, I think how you frame that is exactly accurate. Sometimes that is all acquired in the very first conversation and we can start on day one. And sometimes it takes weeks and months, depending on who we're working with, right? We might be working with an owner that needs to get consultation from an electrician, or we might be working with a builder that needs to get consultation from the owner. Sometimes, you know, the appliances in a new build vary based on the type of home being built. And so they need to go back to, you know, the developers groups to figure out what packages are being offered. So as you said, it really is customer dependent. If we get all of that in the first conversation, we'll start on day one. But oftentimes it is a back and forth depending on who we're working with and what they have available to us. Okay.
So kind of understanding that there could be a wide range of different types of buildings with different load needs that want to connect. But there seems to me to be some like big categories, right? Like we got single family residence, probably multifamily housing, office type stuff, retail type stuff, you know, on up to things that are far more complicated, admittedly. So to the extent, it seems like your team knows what you need for, let's say, like office building within X size parameters or multifamily within X size parameters. I don't see how the customer knows what you need. It sounds like they have to have done a project with you before to know what you need. So wouldn't it be possible internally to kind of standardize, at least for big chunks of types of buildings or size categories of buildings? Because it seems as though when a customer comes to you with an application, they're like ready to go, is my understanding, right? Like their design is set. They're, for all intents and purposes, ready to build this thing, whatever the thing is. So it seems as though we have a delay because like they don't know what information you need, even though there probably is some predictability to this within reason. So would it be possible to kind of standardize and communicate to project teams ahead of time so that they're spending the months before they put in this application getting this stuff for you, not burning months after? Is that like a possibility?
100%, yeah. And it goes back to similar to what Dave was referencing, when it's difficult to predict all the inputs for those requests and that information. Same for us, right? Those customers come to us with varying levels of understanding to our process, as you've noted. So we encourage everyone to utilize those resources that we have publicly available. On excelenergy.com, you can go to the builder and developer or building and remodeling page. And we have all of those resources available to people that will talk them through typical project timelines, as well as, you know, how to interpret our Blue Book, what you need before you start your project, what we might be asking for during the project, all depending on the scope that you're building, right? So we do our best to advertise that on the same website that you would submit an application to, so that you can do some of that front end knowledge gathering. And then, but if a customer just submits and says, hey, help me through this process, that's where we're dependent on the conversations with the designer to kind of bring them up to speed as we go, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So is it your impression or your analysis that the building and remodeling kind of page of Excel's information would have everything a customer would need if they're doing, a somewhat standard type of project?
Yeah, if it's a typical build, it would be on there, but there's going to be unique builds or projects that will still require, an individual critical eye and some additional questions, perhaps.
Would electrification of heating and transportation associated with what is otherwise, which you would consider a very typical kind of building, multifamily office, something, does that get it into a category for you where it's uncertain, or is that still considered fairly standard for you?
I think we're getting closer to it being standard, but it is a new arena for us. So we need to further some of those offerings and evolve them into everything we've learned in the very recent history as those have become more mainstream.
Okay. Do you ever get people going into the capacity check process? Well, do you in any significant number get people going into the capacity check process who already understand all the information you'll need for an actual application and are giving you, that accurate of information at that base?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Steve alluded to some of our numbers at the top of his comments. If we were short information and struggling on 400,000 new meter sets over the past decade, we'd be way behind and we'd have all kinds of issues 10 years ago, right? I would say by and large, the vast majority of our projects go through without a lot of issue. I know that's a very little consolation to that percentage of folks that do experience challenges, and we need to continue to work to improve on those projects and for those individuals. But oftentimes we do get what we need from the onset and things go through pretty seamlessly. I know that's an unpopular opinion maybe on this call, but that is the reality. We're brought into the conflict resolution on these very rarely relative to the overall quantity that we're processing.
And Commissioner Gilman, I just wanted to chime in on a question I think you had about electrification of heating, and the experts can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think like in a case where a customer is just electrifying or moving from a gas to an electric appliance, we're not going to know about that, right? Like the customer is not going to come tell us. They're just going to do the work. So in those cases, I think we're going to need to think about what that looks like as we start to see that trend, and anticipate what that could look like, because that's not like an application process. Anyone can change out an appliance in their home without calling the company.
Sure, so long as they don't need a service upgrade, right? So sure. Potentially if it's heating, you would hear about it. If it's the range, if it's the water heater, maybe you don't hear about it. Is that a fair characterization?
Yeah, I mean, they can correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I'll speak from my own experience. When I put a heat pump in my home, I didn't contact Excel other than to get a rebate.
Good to know. Okay. I'm just thinking through now too. I'm trying to kind of marry up your perspective and the departments in which you do this and handle these kind of discrete tasks, I think, for you, which is this conceptual check, and then the official application from a customer who's like, you're the same thing to them. They are trying to contact you and get predictability and understanding on what you'll be able to accommodate, what it's going to cost, when it's going to be done. Do you keep any records, I guess I would say, on the capacity checks? Like, do you track how many of them turn into actual projects, how accurate your results for them were? I mean, conceivably, as you've expressed it, Mr. Minow, it's at a point in time. I mean, if this is a larger project and this is happening before they start really significant construction document development, you're a year or two away from the actual condition on your system when this actually wants to join. So do you do any tracking that could be helpful in kind of seeing what's coming?
Yeah, so whenever we get conceptual capacity checks, we document them internally and on our team just for awareness. Like I said, we don't reserve that capacity until they've actually applied. I'm sorry, can you repeat the rest of your question?
Well, do you ever marry up? How many of those become real projects? Do you have so many people checking? I guess what I'm getting at is at some point, like, yeah, one customer puts in a conceptual capacity check, they flake, they lost their funding for some other reason, or something happens. But like at some point, statistically, you can probably figure out what's going to happen to some degree with conceptual capacity checks you're getting in terms of anticipating the needs on certain portions of the system where you're seeing a lot of potential upcoming development. Whether or not 100% of them come through, you can probably see and identify themes, understand differences in sizes of loads that are coming, and kind of avoid some of these long disruptions in terms of waiting another year or two until things are done. So I just wonder, is there any kind of tracking or kind of internal intelligence that you glean from the capacity checks? Or is it just we do it and it's done and it's filed and it doesn't inform anything else you do?
Yeah, so I mean, if there's conceptual capacity checks for really large developments that we're talking substation work needs to get done, we'll sometimes initiate, at least start to push some of those projects forward, depending on their level of effort that they put into their project, how far along they are with their permitting and everything like that. For the vast majority of these conceptual capacity checks, we don't. Every year during our forecast cycle, for the actual applications we have received, we check those, we check in on those, see if they've gone into service. If they haven't, we'll push them out in our forecast. But from the conceptual capacity check standpoint, we don't really track those in our forecasting tool like we do with real cap checks.
Okay.
And I would say, maybe elaborate part of that too, is not all of them go forward in terms of becoming an actual project like you were alluding to as well, right? We do get some that back out, some that cancel, some that completely change their vision of their project. So it's until they've actually applied and becomes a real project, it's challenging for us to account for all those.
Okay, but you don't have any kind of internal intelligence or tracking to understand proportionally what you see become a real project?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Is that possible? To do kind of better tracking through the life cycle to provide you all with better internal intelligence of what's coming, even though some of it's speculative, but a good portion of it is going to turn into a real project, right?
I think it's something we could explore, but there's a lot of nuance there and difficulties that we don't have solution, right? Because it's a point in time capacity check, and because there's no way to predict if that's going to become real in a year or 3 years or 5 years or maybe at all. And in reality, from the time they put that initial capacity check in, and that particular feeder is given a readout as having capacity or not having capacity or whatever the formal response might be. Whether that comes on in 1 year or 5 years, there could be any number of additional conceptual capacity checks or actual load growth on that feeder, which changes it a week later. So even if we were to capture those conceptual capacity checks, because they're point in time and the system is always evolving, if and when it comes online, it's not going to be under the same circumstances that the conceptual capacity check was done originally. So I don't know that it exactly paints the forecasting picture that we might be thinking it could.
Okay.
Is that a fair answer?
I'm just trying to figure it all out. I don't know what's best right now. That's why we're here. So when you do that point in time conceptual capacity check, conceivably, let's say in the same like general area, you might have some projects that are already in the application phase and already moving or whatever's going on. Is kind of work in progress or requests already made in the same zone considered in the conceptual capacity checks at the moment it's completed? So like,
Yeah,
loads
can you
coming.
rephrase that?
Okay. You have project A, which has an application in. The project's coming, you're doing whatever, design process, and you could be anywhere on that spectrum of completeness in that. Project B, maybe a year out, they ask for a conceptual capacity check. Do you consider project A in project B's analysis, even though project A is not online, it's not generate, like you don't know its exact load, it's still an estimate from their application, but is that considered as you look at the conceptual capacity check for the second project?
Yeah, it is. Any customer that has actually submitted a service application, we track that, we build that into our forecast. So when we use that forecast to do these conceptual capacity checks, that's all factored in.
Okay, so that's kind of factored in right when it comes in the door, or right when the designer has that essential information, I guess, seems like the point that's entered.
Yep, if they submitted a service application, then that's being accounted for in any conceptual or real capacity check going forward.
Okay. Another question I have is with regard to like the actual application process. We've heard some feedback from customers on kind of a lack of transparency around the pricing estimates for what they're seeing. And conceivably these are not folks who work in the electric utility industry. So how, I guess, explain to me maybe that process in terms of what is communicated exactly to customers, and then perhaps just address, like we've heard, just a kind of a lack of transparency about where maybe the upgrades are, what they cost, as well as like if there are any avoidance or mitigation measures to reduce their share, if things are maybe being designed to accommodate additional future load and how that's taken into account in a project. So just generally, like, talk me through that process and communication with the customer, and then kind of those concerns around transparency and more knowledge for the customers in that process.
Yeah, so the cost portion, right? So we're the varying degree of the cost really stems from the fact that every part of the system is unique, right? So one customer could trigger a small reinforcement, a reconductor, or something like that. One could require a whole new feeder. So the range in cost really depends on the state of the system, how much load they're adding, what is it going to take to fix it. So it could be pretty far ranging. Andrew, I might pass it to you in terms of the communication portion with the customer, but that's why there's so much, and it's hard to really provide clarity on that, I would say, because it really depends on where they're interconnecting, when they're interconnecting, and how much they're interconnecting.
Yeah, I mean, I'll echo what Dave's saying. Costs. The reason we don't get into costs until a quote is issued is because until we have a design completed, that cost can change. But I think that once we've completed a design, the reinforcements are identified and those designs are completed, both scope and costs are communicated to the customer at that time. We hesitate to communicate the speculative costs or reinforcement as they're evolving, because that just leads to conflict if it has to change while we're still in the process of ironing all of that out. In terms of transparency of those costs after the fact, that's regulated, I suppose, by I don't know to what extent we're allowed to share those costs. So
okay. What about to the other concerns about kind of understanding? To my understanding, they're kind of given essentially a point dollar amount, not if your load went down by this much, or you had demand limiting equipment, or this changed, what the delta of those costs would be. And so understandably, it's pretty shocking for a customer to all of a sudden see this estimate for $2 million and without any context as to how they could mitigate or reduce. So is there any kind of analysis that you all do on your side to kind of understand potential mitigation by projects? And then could that be communicated to project teams?
We don't do that ahead of time because there would just be too many iterations to consider, right? Once we issue the cost estimate to the customer, if that's problematic for them, we'll certainly engage into conversations about what they can do on their side to limit the load, and then we can work up additional cost estimations based on that. But we don't kind of incrementally pick 25% of their load, 50% of their load, 100% of the load, and work up reinforcements and costs for each of those ahead of time.
Yeah. So how often when you give, I mean, I guess there's probably a whole scale of different cost upgrades needed, but you know, when it's in the larger dollar amounts, let's say over $100,000, I could say that's a lot of money. How often do customers just sign on the line versus say, this is really a problem for my project, versus just drop out and you don't hear from them again? Do you have any idea, like the different path those take in what proportion after they get the news?
I don't believe that that's something we track currently. Certainly all of those where the customer is pushing back and saying, you know, I can't do this, but I need to build. So what are my options? I would say most of those escalate to me. I can't guarantee that they all do, and it's a pretty small number. But to your question about how many people just walk away and we cancel that request versus how many people just sign, especially if we're going to limit that to projects that are over $100,000 or over $500,000, I wouldn't be able to speculate a percentage there.
Yeah, and then a lot of times too, once we had those conversations with customers and these, you know, the costs are you know, not realistic for their project, we do work with them to try to refine their information. You know, if it's like a residential, you know, multifamily or like a residential development, you know, we ask them, what's your build out by month? What's your occupancy rates? We try to get more granular to see if we can maybe squeeze in some of these demands and maybe not put that cost on them. So we do try to work with them as much as possible, but you know, with the volume of applications we're seeing and the size of the demands that we're starting to see with a lot of these applications, it's becoming increasingly more difficult, I would say.
Okay. And any idea kind of the time frame around those discussions? I come to Mr. Feldkamp, I don't have $1 million. I still need my project. What can we do? You know, how long does that kind of back and forth typically take to kind of evaluate options?
Depends.
I would say best case scenario, it's going to be at least a few weeks, but could be months depending on how many iterations we're reviewing and how many alternate scenarios we're exploring. And I mean, Dave's team is incredibly busy. So, you know, it's not like they drop everything and we solve that same day, right? We're juggling a multitude of projects, but we try to give it its due attention and kind of push it through to a finish line once we know that problem is there, because that's all extra time that wasn't originally calculated into customer project timeframe or our timeframes, right? So the sooner we can resolve it, the better. But I'm not going to mislead anyone in that very likely that takes several weeks at best once we get into considering alternate options there.
And are there costs associated with your analysis of alternative options?
No.
Cost to the customer?
Yeah, that they would need to pay you.
No, we do all of that, and there's no costs until they decide to move forward.
And that's the same with the conceptual capacity check process too. There's no cost associated with that either.
Okay. I have one other just question on timeline, and it kind of relates to some of the information you all provided in the response to the questions that the commission issued. And in the, I think this is the first one. Hold on, let me double check. Yeah, initial comments. I think it was the first one. You know, on page 10 of that first response you issued to the commission, it shows kind of a diagram that's my understanding is on the Builders and Remodelers web page that kind of shows basically a Gantt chart of the different types of things that happen through this process. It's called installing and connecting service. And it lists the total project duration as 3 to 6 months, kind of from application to meter set, basically. But then there's additional kind of responses within that same document, which set the expected duration as definitively longer than that. I mean, definitely a much higher end on the high end estimate. But I don't think that's available to the public. I think only like that first chart is available to the public. So is there a more straightforward way we could be communicating if the only publicly available estimate is this all takes 3 to 6 months? But then in response to the question, several of those different discrete steps had much longer estimates. I just wonder if we're providing as accurate of information to the public as possible.
Yeah, we're doing the best we can in that regard. I mean, that's a relatively new page that was added to our website, I think in the last 5 years, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 2018 that was added. And that was because we didn't have anything before. So what we had to do there was really take a swag at what a very basic and standard and a high volume of our work looks like. But as I mentioned before, the individual project scopes vary so drastically in complexity, it'd be difficult to provide kind of that Gantt style chart for all the different scenarios. So this is really a very high level estimate based on very little specific project peculiarities that could come up, right? I acknowledge that 3 to 6 months can be misleading if you have one of those projects that is going to take 12 to 18 months. But again, going back to the overall volume, we do believe that the vast majority of the work falls into this timeline, and it would just be far too difficult to map out every scenario that would cause a project to elapse the 6 months. But I'd also offer that we have a lot of projects that get completed within the 3 months too, right? So this really is intended to be an average from a high level to capture as many projects as possible. But there's just not a practical way for us to build a project timeline that would account for all the variations that we see.
Yeah, that's kind of my next question. I was wondering, do you all track typically from application to meter set the time frame? And then do you have any concept for, let's say, outside of single family homes? What are you seeing as average?
I don't even have an average for that because there's too much complexity built into that. I mean, we could have a single project that takes 3 years for valid reasons. Maybe we need to upgrade substation transformers and build several new feeders, and maybe that's all in line with what the customer was anticipating. But that 3-year timeline is going to drastically skew any average we attempted to build.
Any idea, like outside of single family homes, the percent of projects that go from application to meter set in 3 to 6 months?
I don't have that number, sorry.
Okay. Let me see. Sorry, I have a few more questions for you. How does, given that you'll have a lot of different projects on the distribution system, kind of across places, how does the company kind of prioritize once you get an application and have this plan to conduct work to accommodate a new customer? How is that prioritized kind of with the rest of the capital plan or other things that are being done internally as far as projects for the next year or two? Kind of like, how does that timing get determined, and what priority is that obligation to serve this customer given in that pecking order?
Yeah, for our design group, our customer work is our top priority. I mean, most of our maintenance and reliability or urgent/emergent work can be automated, so it doesn't occupy the designer's time. Certainly, the longer time scale of system upgrades, we usually get annual readouts on what we're intending to do in that space, and so we can build it into our designer workloads proactively. to allow for customer work to take the priority. So our customer driven work is the top priority for our designers. And the way we prioritize that is based on both their need date as well as their application date. We'll certainly deprioritize something if somebody says, no, I don't need this for another year. So as I'm applying early, as long as you have something to me in 8 months, I'm good. We may let that sit for a little bit longer. So but if everybody needed it done yesterday, we usually default back to when they applied as a way to prioritize that within our designer workloads.
And do you have insight as to how the construction is prioritized with kind of other construction projects and crews available?
Similarly, right? So construction is prioritized based on when the customer paid for the project, balanced with when their site is 100% ready to receive construction, right? So we have those basic site readiness requirements, things like plus or minus 6 inches of final grade, having all obstacles removed from running lines, staking where necessary, right? All of that needs to be complete, and based on when the site is ready, combined with when they paid for the project, we will prioritize the crews that way. Obviously, you know, emergency response, storms, things like that can pull our crews away. Unlike design, reliability has to be our priority on the construction side. So, you know, similar to this past weekend, when we get a bunch of heavy snow and we have outages, the crews are going to go get the lights back on for people. And then if they have to go on sleep time for safety and things like that, then we're going to push the customer work at that point. So there is another element to the prioritization on the construction side, but that's to make sure we're serving our existing customers.
Okay, thanks. And then maybe just back to a question on your designers' work as they're looking at potential grid upgrades needed to accommodate either a new customer or upgraded service. That would essentially stop at the substation, right? So you're looking at any upgrades required between the customer's meter all the way up to their most local substation. Is that accurate?
No, we take the substation into account as well. I mean, the customers aren't responsible for the substation costs, but we do need to make sure that we're within capacity on the substations as well. So sometimes customer work can trigger substation upgrades, but those costs aren't passed to the customer unless they're consuming like the entire substation, which is often not the case.
You said are not,
yes.
Okay. So basically a feeder on down, but if the entirety of the substation needed work, that's probably a timing concern, but the cost of the actual substation upgrade is public service and really ratepayers at large versus the individual customer would be kind of feeder or anything down from there to their meter.
Yes.
Okay. And let me see, I think I had one more. Oh, to what extent is like other future growth considered as your designers are looking at a specific project? You know, are you kind of planning ahead for additional load in the same area? And if so, how does that factor in to the designs and the cost allocation and kind of what the customer sees out of this experience?
Yeah, so when the planners are reviewing a capacity check, they'll evaluate, like I mentioned before, any growth that we've seen come through from an application standpoint, we have that accounted for. So if we're looking at a new capacity check and we're evaluating how much capacity there is for that demand, and if the particular feeder that they're interconnected to doesn't have the capacity, we'll look at other feeders in the area, see if there's capacity there. We'll account for the other growth that we're already anticipating on those feeders to determine whether or not we can just do a simple load transfer or if it requires some, minor scope. But the growth that we have accounted for in the area is all factored in when we're evaluating that growth.
Yeah, and the one thing I'll add to that, though, is that we also factor in a minimum to serve element, right? So to Dave's point, we're going to look at the full growth, and maybe we need a certain scope of work to provide service to the requesting customer. The company may choose to do a larger upgrade than that to account for some of that personal growth. But in that scenario, we would do 2 designs within my group and make sure that we're only charging the customer what the minimum to serve their property is.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful clarification. Just real quick, Mr. Koo, I'm having a discussion right now on our agenda with Public Service Company about some of their processes. We did have an opportunity earlier in the agenda for different customers and stakeholders to express their experiences. And I expect we might return to that fairly soon after we take a break. before we kick off sort of a discussion on recommendations. So did you just want to tell me briefly what topic you wanted to speak to?
Yeah, I wanted to relay a general question about capacity planning for downtown.
Okay, perhaps we will get to that. I think we'll finish up this discussion as part of our agenda and then probably take a brief break and then get into kind of recommendations and questions, but happy to have you speak when we return from a break, if that works for you.
Sure. I tried to join at 12:30, but I think it didn't start at that point, right?
Yeah, I think they probably started right around 12:30. We went live at 1, but I will come to you. Just raise your hand back up after we take a short break here coming up, and then I'll come to you if that works.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no worries. Okay, let's see. Just looking at other kind of questions and thoughts I had on that. Okay. Oh, one more kind of area I'd like to understand a little better. You have essentially an entire process for new load to join or upgrade service, and then an entire process for interconnection of PV or DERs, right? And some of the feedback we've heard is that these processes do not seem to really connect in any way. And so we've heard, say, from like housing developers building almost entirely solar developments, that there was an entire process, let's say, to get their load on. They did pay for some grid upgrades in some cases, then go to the solar interconnection, which kind of necessarily happens after the buildings are built. And then there's an entire another process and potentially even different grid upgrades that are needed when that kicks in. And so just wanted to get kind of some perspective from you. I think it's my understanding, from your initial comments, that these are entirely different processes and scopes. And I guess my question is, does it need to be? Is there a way to have kind of more information, more intelligence in the initial process about what the other plans are, so that we're not kind of, first of all, doubling up your efforts in evaluating a project, and second of all, kind of putting customers through more process, potentially more expense than is needed here. So maybe you can talk to me about the relationship of these processes and if there's any opportunity there.
Yeah, and might be a good segue into Tyler here, but I'll give the very brief answer, and that's just that the rules for extension are different than the rules for interconnection, so it requires different agreements. And oftentimes the requesting party ends up being different as well, right? A customer that's building a home is going to put in one application, but then it's typically the solar providers that are putting in the interconnection application. So right now it is the two different processes that you mentioned, and we do our best to marry those where the two do intersect internally, but they don't always intersect. So there isn't always a necessity to do both. But if it's okay with you, that might be a good segue into that interconnection process. But I don't want to jump the gun on you there, Commissioner Gilman. So is this an appropriate time for Tyler to talk through that process?
Yeah, I think that's fine. Mr. Will, if you want to kind of do the same as the others did with just like a high level overview, what happens, how long does it take, then what happens, and how do we get from start to finish here, and then maybe address that question of some sort of coordination here.
Yeah. Hello, Commissioner Gilman. I'm Tyler Will. I am a team lead for our solar programs. So my team typically kind of facilitates that application process via the portal. We do work with the internal parties to process these docs. We are working with various groups and departments within the company through that process. And I will just comment on that new construction, kind of those integrating together in the settlement agreement for the proceeding of the interconnection tariff. 23AL-0188E. Out of that settlement, we did agree to do some workshops regarding the new construction interconnection process. The first one's going to be starting on February 22nd. So again, we do have two very separate processes, and through those work groups, we anticipate getting very good feedback and tackling on how to approach those. So yeah, I can start overall with a very high level of the interconnection process. My team again manages application portal where we do submit applications for interconnection, where installers can log in and submit that and start that process. I will note that this process does not start until the installer does provide all those initial application materials, includes payment of initial engineering fee, engineering documents, providing the address, things like that. Basically, we need to begin that review. It then proceeds, once they get that all submitted, to be a quick review by my team, which we complete within a couple business days. Effectively, we're just making sure that that is directed to the right engineering parties and making sure everything's there. And then we move over to the completeness review. The completeness review is when the engineers take a look at those documents. They're reviewing to ensure those documents are complete, everything matches. These do have to be complete and to ensure that the rest of the process moves efficiently. If anything's wrong or inconsistent or doesn't meet our standards, we do send that back to the installer to resubmit. So I will say, right, this is a shared relationship in our application process where we have our responsible processes, installers do, and to some degree the customers do as well. Through that completeness review process, the goal is to get into the queue where we can actually begin the engineering review process. So most small rooftop solar interconnections are just going to go through a very simple initial review. We're doing a very high level, simple review to determine if that system can safely and reliably interconnect. Majority of small rooftop systems will get through that and move forward to an interconnection agreement right after that. But as we've heard from comments and things like that, there is the potential for additional study if it fails those screens, one of those being the supplemental review. So the supplemental review does go a little more in depth. If you do have specific questions on what's included in that review, we can have our DER engineering team address that. But from my non-engineering point of view, it's really looking at that secondary system where we effectively review that transformer and other technical information to determine if there's any upgrades required. So I did just get some numbers, and only approximately 1% of all applications submitted do require an upgrade. So again, a large portion of customers on small rooftops are moving through again very quickly and not requiring that upgrade. But there are a handful of folks that do have to go through that upgrade process in order to be approved to move forward. And again, this is all to ensure that that system is safe and reliable so that we can actually approve that and they can go ahead and turn their system on. So after the review process, the goal, right, is to get interconnection contracts. We need these contracts signed between the customer or the owner to basically agree, right, that they can interconnect this system. And then once we have that, this is where installers are supposed to then install the system. We highly recommended that they not install the system until this stage. We run into a handful of instances where they install it before the application submitted or before they get approval. And in turn, if these results are not what they wanted, if upgrades are required, that puts the customer in a hard position where they might be paying for a system that they can't turn on until those upgrades are complete. So again, the installer is supposed to connect that system after that engineering approval. And then they're going to be submitting us those final documents such as inspection materials so that we know that system's good to go and can accept a meter. And then we're going to be installing and swapping out that meter or completing inspection, and then they have the permission to operate. So that's a really quick high-level view of that overall process. Larger systems do go through more studies. All of these are outlined by the PUC rules, and we have certain timeframes in order to meet that. I would like to just comment that our process times have dramatically improved over the course of the year. I'm sure many folks who've provided comments, as well as the commission, are aware that there was a large increase in applications at the end of last year that we worked through this year. Through that, we've identified and implemented improved processes and communications to be really mindful and watching how many applications are coming in, moving our resources as needed in case that influx occurs. So overall, the processes within this time frame for a simple rooftop system, we have about 38 business days for the Xcel Energy portion of these, and we are about less than 20 business days in processing on average for each of those apps. So we're meeting 50% of using 50% of that timeline that's required for completing that. So that's my high level coverage. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Just a matter of curiosity, you saw, a significant uptick in applications for interconnection of PV, I think, somewhat in the second half of last year. Has that been sustained, or is that declined in any way, as far as it relates to the timeline? Is it in part due to a declining number of applications, or has the number of applications remained the same?
Yeah, I would say we have seen a decrease in applications submitted this year compared to last year. Obviously, I think believed to marketing and market conditions, things that are happening outside of Xcel Energy's control. However, I'd say it's still consistent with what we've seen in the past couple of years. So our improvement process has taken advantage of that volume decrease, but more so went beyond, and also just maintaining an even better, I guess, reduction in that overall timeline, even compared to the prior to this volume. So it does have an impact, but I would say it's not the only impact which has decreased these timeframes.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the insight. So I think that's kind of a good way to transition to the next segment of our agenda. Before doing so, I think we'll take a brief break. And we'll reconvene. How about at 3 o'clock? I have 2:46 right now. So we'll reconvene at 3 o'clock, and the discussion I really hope to have at 3 o'clock would be a fulsome one. So as many people who are able to participate, I would sure appreciate, especially those with direct experience with these programs and processes and communications, to really talk through directly some of the pain points and how we might be able to brainstorm together different improvements to these processes or communications to ensure that prospective and existing customers are served as well as possible with these processes. So sure hope you'll be ready to join us at 3 o'clock to engage in that portion of the discussion. So I will see you at 3 o'clock. Just want to remind you that this will remain live. It is being broadcast on the internet, so please keep yourselves muted, keep your videos off during the break, and I'll see you back at 3 o'clock. Thank you. Hi, and welcome back. It's 3 o'clock, so wanted to get to the spot on our agenda to have some discussions about any proposed improvements, especially around the process and communications with regard to either new or upgraded electric service or interconnection of DER process. So I know, Mr. Koo, you had a question previously and had joined us a little late, so happy to have you go now if you have something.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Gilman. So I live in lower downtown, and I actually attended a previous PUC hearing on a related subject. I'm also on the board of the Lower Downtown Neighborhood Association, and we represent about 45 high-rise condominium buildings in the lower downtown area. And every HOA associated with these condo buildings is facing a number of challenges as a result of a couple of ordinances that we're all having to comply with, most notably Energize Denver, but also the push to adopt more EV cars in general across the city. And so a number of HOAs have attempted to install, for example, EV charging stations within their garages, and also to electrify any kind of gas-powered utilities in their building. And some buildings have run into capacity issues, and they've been told a various number of issues, and I'm not sure if there's, I guess what I'm looking for is kind of is there a way to get to kind of a community level overall picture of, where does downtown stand with respect to getting enough electricity to meet the demands of an increased EV car adoption and increased needs to electrify and move off of natural gas. Some buildings, again, have said, well, they flat out don't have any more capacity, so they're kind of stuck. Some buildings have said that they've had put in place plans with Excel to bury a transformer in the alley as the only place that it could be located, but then was stopped because there was some rule against putting transformers buried in the alleys. I'm not sure exactly, what to believe and what is the real situation. I've heard in my building in particular that we've got capacity for 30 or 40 EV cars, but we have 280 parking spots. And so, if the governor and company have their way, we would have probably over a need for 100 EV, chargers in our building to meet the demand over the next, 10, 20 years. And we're being told there's no way we have electricity for that. So, and I hear that from a lot of the folks in the HOAs downtown. And I'm wondering if there's a way to understand, what is the overall plan to address the capacity needs in the downtown area. We've got a lot of older buildings, not a lot of space. And so there seem to be a lot of different kinds of challenges in getting enough electricity to all the different buildings that need it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. If I could ask you just a brief follow-up, to your understanding, I know you don't necessarily represent every single building or know exactly what their process has been with public service, but just curious, like, what sort of process do you understand has gone on? Are these, we talked a bit about, I don't know how much of it you're here for, with public service, there's kind of these conceptual capacity checks, but then there is an official application for upgrading your service or for new service. To your understanding, have any of these buildings gotten to an application phase, or is this just some sort of informal communication that's going on and they're being told, no, we don't have the capacity? Just that would help me understand and differentiating these processes.
Yeah, I'm believing it's the few examples that I know of directly have gone through the application process. Excel has offered a program in the past. I think they're in the middle of renewing it, called the EVSI program for supply infrastructure for EV cars, and there's an application process for that. And there's quite a number. I mean, a majority, I think, of the buildings downtown are very interested in installing EV chargers into the parking spaces associated with the residents for the building, the respective buildings. And so in my case in particular, we were fortunate enough to get started early in 2021. It still hasn't finished yet, our first wave, due to various issues. But I know some other folks and other buildings have also tried to apply and have been told again that they don't have enough capacity in their building, so they can't install anymore. And so they're kind of shrugging their shoulders around, well, what do we do if there's no capacity going to the building? And I'm not sure how to get a capacity assessment, as was talked about earlier. I was looking at the website. It wasn't clear kind of if there was a request that we can make to do a capacity assessment. So I'm sure everybody would be interested in it. But again, I'm wondering also if there's something that is being done more generally at a neighborhood level to say, hey, we know that, for example, downtown has a lot of high-rise buildings. We know in general that there's not enough capacity, or maybe there is enough capacity. We don't know, right? It's a little bit of a black box. We don't know if this is a problem with half of our buildings or 95% of our buildings or only 10% of our buildings. It's hard to know exactly where we stand, but we have heard in some specific cases that there are at least 3 or 4 that do not have enough capacity.
Okay, well, thank you. And I think this is a very helpful perspective. The next portion of the agenda I wanted to get into is really talking about different ideas for process and communication improvements to make it more clear, and I think you represent certainly a unique standpoint here in terms of primarily kind of upgrades rather than new service. I think there's quite a few kind of developers on who can represent the perspective of new service. So hopefully you'll hang with us and participate in our next round as we talk about perhaps how different either process improvements or communications could make this more straightforward to the customers, and potentially streamline getting more loads served in quicker order. So thank you. I really appreciate your comments.
Yeah, I'm happy to stay. And I know in the case of our building, we had a capacity planner out to assess the capacity, but they were very hesitant to give us a number, right? We don't, so I don't know. I guess there's lots of variables involved, but I don't have a clear picture, even just for our particular building, how much capacity we have. So there's got to be some way to be able to make that more transparent.
Okay, understood.
Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Gilmore, did you have something related to our next discussion on potential for improvement? You're still on mute.
Sorry about that. Yes, potentially. I was going to see when we might have the chance to ask some questions about the capacity check process. So I can hold that until we get to that in the agenda, whatever works best.
Trying to think. I'm trying to plan it appropriately. I want to limit any like really rapid fire back and forth, but I guess part of this whole process and some of the pain on the customer and experience side is the lack of understanding of the process. So maybe if you can let me know what kind of major questions you have, I'll see if public service is able to address them kind of at a high level to the extent that could be helpful for multiple kind of participants here.
Yeah, sure. Well, maybe a simple one, just a simple question about the capacity check. When you do the conceptual capacity check, is it kind of like a yes, no sort of answer, or do you get a total capacity available at the site at the time?
Mr. Minnow, I think.
Yeah, so when we get a capacity check, we evaluate it based on the demand that's being asked for. So if they come to us with a megawatt, we'll look at it from megawatt and give a yes or no. We'll also
Okay.
typically provide some high level scope in terms of what's needed to create that capacity for that project.
If it's not already there.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. Then I guess the rest of my questions are going to be more detailed, so I can hang on to those. Thank you.
And Mr. Minot, it's Mr. Ku's question in terms of kind of capacity checks or understanding what would be available, especially to existing buildings in terms of kind of upgraded service or accommodation of additional electrification. Where's the best place for them to find that, on the builder's page, or like with regard to conceptual capacity checks? How do people access that process and information?
In terms of how they access the information, I believe it's through our builder developer website. Has the most information that they can go to in order to kick off that process. Yeah, so I think I would point there, unless someone else on the Excel team has a better location.
Yeah, it would be helpful. I'm on there. I've been poking around ever since you led me to it. Not finding like explicitly anything about conceptual capacity checks or kind of early process checks. So if anyone on the public service team has more information about where customers can find and access that, especially those who are not maybe construction professionals, which we might deal with a lot of existing buildings, kind of just looking to understand what's possible, that would be very helpful.
Sorry, I can jump back in there. Admittedly, I think this is an area that we need to work on a little bit and create more clear pathways. There are a few on there, and I can provide those. But as Dave mentioned earlier, there's multiple avenues for submitting or requesting conceptual capacity checks. We don't have a mechanism today to funnel all of those through one system, which is probably why it's not clear on the website. But I do know there's at least a couple spots where it is steered to that.
Okay, thank you for that information. Okay, so I know, let me see. I'm trying to see, was it City or County of Denver had a suggestion? I know they wanted to address when we got to this portion of the program, and I think we're at this portion of the program, in order to talk about any concepts or ideas on how we can improve these processes or communications. So I don't know if Denver is available with their suggestion. Be happy to start with you, since I know you offered that you had one.
Hi, Commissioner. Yes, thank you for keeping track of us and for the opportunity today. So in a way, the concept that I'm bringing forward today, sort of in listening to some of the discussion from public service, it sort of marries the conceptual capacity check process with the formal application design process, and aims to sort of create a more holistic approach. Knowing that the grid is changing, projects are increasingly representing both load and ideally some degree of distributed energy resources. And we're really trying to address some of the issues around, we heard the volume of requests that the company is experiencing. So again, really appreciate the opportunity and the workshop focused on improvements today. My name is Dan Shea. I'm a senior energy policy advisor in Denver's Office of Climate Action, Sustainability, and Resiliency. And so Denver is really focused. This is a big issue for us because we've set some pretty ambitious targets. And I want to thank Mr. Ku for sort of identifying some of those and some of the issues that we're having. As my colleague Tom Gleason noted in his remarks, Denver has experience working with builders and housing developers with projects that are experiencing some of these issues. So this solution is the idea is a 5-year capacity assurance and technical support pilot project that aims to deliver a process solution to better align developer and public service timelines around requests for new and upgraded service. So the new process would involve facilitating collaboration between public service and large project developers early in the design process, ideally several years before service will even be required, to achieve 4 primary objectives. 1, accurately assess and identify whether adequate capacity is available at the development site, along with any upgrades that would be required to ensure adequate capacity coupled with accurate cost estimates for those upgrades. Identifying design and technology solutions to manage and reduce project impacts early enough that they can be incorporated into the project design. We heard from a couple of developers who had to go back and incorporate redesigns that really impacted their final costs and extended timelines. Allow public service to proactively incorporate real load growth into its distribution system modeling and planning activities. And finally, to provide developers with greater certainty around costs and timelines for service. So I don't know if I'm able to share my screen. I've got a slide that just sort of highlight some of the additional steps, but if not, I can just outline them and also submit them separately in written comment.
It's above my pay grade. Let me see if
I can just outline. I can just go through. It's fine.
I can give them that ability if you want.
Okay, sure. We'll allow you to share that, and then I just ask you to file it in written comments as well, so we can have it when you're done. So it sounds like you'll be granted magical access in a minute.
It's all set up.
Sure. Okay, in just a second. Okay, can you see my screen now? Is that working?
Yes, we're good.
Okay. So it really just incorporates several new steps onto the front end of the current process. And these are new steps that are sort of based on a pilot proposal from Hawaii Electric, which is currently under consideration before the Hawaii Public Utilities Commission. But under the pilot, a developer would first be put in contact with a designated Denver employee early in the design phase to understand the new process and ensure that they have information about the city, state, and federal programs, some of the rebates and other incentives that could reduce a project's energy usage or incorporate DERs. The Denver staff member would also serve as a liaison between the developer and public service to ensure program expectations are met from all parties. Secondly, the developer would engage with the company to discuss and analyze the project in more detail, including capacity assessments at the building location. These services would be performed by public service for a fee commensurate with the level of analysis required. We heard about, currently there are no fees. They're obviously inundated with a lot of requests, and there could be the potential for these fees allowing the company to really fully staff and provide the services that would be beneficial and lean into this opportunity to help shape load and some of these through design and technology solutions. The analysis would ultimately identify whether the necessary capacity is available, and if not, the cost of upgrade. So this is similar to the process that does exist, but a little more formalized and ideally a little bit more standardization. And then finally, the developer would be given the opportunity to secure its needed capacity several years in advance by paying a capacity assurance deposit, which would be based on the cost of interconnecting the new service. Obviously, we heard about the complexities around this, but we believe that a formal deposit that is based on those calculations, it would limit, it would just put a little bit more skin in the game and allow the company to understand, how serious project developers are and incorporate that load growth into their planning activities. And ideally, again, this is years in advance of when service would be coming online. Let's see, the fees would ensure that the company is also able to cover its costs and provide adequate service in these with this process. So with that, I will stop sharing my screen. And as noted, well, I don't know if I did note this earlier, but we plan to submit this as part of through the Public Services Open solicitation for pilot project concepts for its upcoming DSP filing, noted earlier in the process. In the meantime, if anyone is interested in the more information on the proposal, I can make that available to anyone who's interested. I'll put my contact information in the chat. And with that, I'm open to any questions. And I appreciate your time today and everyone who's participated in this and working toward developing some solutions to really improve the process. So thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Shea. I appreciate it. And I appreciate a proposal, a recommendation, just something for us to pivot around and kind of discuss. So that's very helpful. I would ask that you please do file it in this proceeding along with any of the more detailed information that you had indicated that you have, so we can kind of better understand some of the details around what you're recommending. I guess I would acknowledge that the portions of this that involve Denver staff make this proposal somewhat specific to Denver residents. Is that fair?
That is true regarding the pilot, but the idea would be to develop a long-term permanent solution for that can be replicated across the company's service territory in Colorado. So yes, we have identified this as a particular issue that we are looking to address, and we want to take an active part in helping to both identify and execute the solution. But the idea is to really make this an iterative process that allows us to, and the company to create a similar process across, a replicable process across its territory.
Okay. And as you see it, if you replicated this process, it wouldn't necessarily need to involve the local jurisdiction in a key role like Denver would, or Denver's just kind of volunteering themselves in some extra effort to get it going.
I'd say the latter. We are volunteering ourselves in order to get the effort going, and in order to, because it dovetails with some of the goals that we have set as a city and county, and we are committed to supporting the process and supporting the company and moving toward and helping us to realize those goals. So in the future, I think it wouldn't necessarily have to involve a local government. The Hawaii proposal does not, but we think that it would be beneficial, at least in this pilot phase, to explore what that looks like and how a city liaison could benefit the process.
Okay, that's helpful. And also just looking kind of at some of the issues Mr. Koo brought up, where especially given Denver's more aggressive kind of building performance movements, the likelihood of adoption of EVs being concentrated, especially in these higher density buildings, it seems to me quite possible you might have multiple buildings, maybe certainly served by one substation, potentially nearly co-located, that are all kind of looking for similar upgrades at once. Do you envision there being any way to kind of pool or communicate all of these needs? Clearly, like, everybody won't be on the same timeline or on the same page, but to the extent that you have customers kind of all looking for something similar, it might impact cost allocation. It might impact kind of like how these things are executed. Do you envision there's a potential part of a process that can address this multiple customers all looking for something at the same time?
Yes, I hope my smiling and nodding as you said all of that indicated that yes, we view that as a key potential benefit of this program, and the fact that it allows so much more proactivity in being able to look years down the line at the localized impacts and the number of projects with similar similar timeframes or similar expectations, similar requirements that they're having to meet. Yes, we absolutely think that there is opportunity to leverage that information proactively and really create a better process that allows the company to anticipate that load growth and infrastructure challenges that it represents in a really proactive way that also brings the developers to the table and potentially allows them to pool resources, as you said. So yes, 100% feel that is a potential benefit here.
So I'll be interested for others to turn on their cameras, chime in, Mr. Berman, especially, particularly if you find me someone from public service to help join this conversation, but also others, developers, other municipalities, things like that who would like to join. Feel free to turn your camera on. Let's discuss. We don't have to discuss only this proposal, but we have something to talk about. We have a proposal on the table. I guess, Mr. Shea, just to address kind of potentially one of the more obvious questions, if there's this reservation for customer A who wants an upgrade, and then if the upgrade really does take multiple years, it gets underway, a deposit was taken. I presume the deposit's not like the full value of the grid upgrade. What do you do when that customer goes away with the cost of what you did or half did or whatever by that point in time to the grid upgrades? I don't know if that's an aspect you've thought about, but it seems to me needs to be at least addressed.
It's certainly something we've thought about. I will say, obviously we're still in the sort of workshopping phase and we are open to feedback. But I will say in the Hawaii proposal, the deposit is treated as an advance and it would be forfeited in the event that that a project does not go through and to interconnection. So it is intended also to limit speculation and ensure that that the developers who are engaging are representative of real load and future load. So again, it's very much still in the process where we're workshopping and open to feedback. Certainly welcome feedback from developers on what that would mean to them. But the idea being that they would have much firmer numbers from the company on costs for infrastructure upgrades or service upgrades that are required. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Yeah, it does. And maybe we'll go Ms. Gilmore. I had you on first.
Yeah, sure. Hi, I'll introduce myself. I'm Elizabeth Gilmore. I'm the principal of Energetics Consulting Engineers. We do energy consulting for new construction and existing buildings, and we're also working with the City and County of Denver on this challenge. I'm excited about this pilot project idea, but I think that we've got both a short-term and a long-term challenge. I think that this has really good potential for the long term, but we still have a lot of challenges in the short term. So my question about capacity check was kind of related to a lot of these things here, because as our Excel friends mentioned, it's a moment in time kind of check, and I wanted to see if there was potential to change that so that it's not just a moment of time, but maybe, again, perhaps with a deposit, but maybe it allows that potential future customer to put a watch on that location so that as the capacity available changes, they could get notified. The big thing that our clients see, honestly, the real challenges are surprises. Surprises from the change in available capacity and surprise charges, costs. So I know the costs are going to be a discussion for another day, but if we can mitigate the surprises so that some of those things can be integrated into the design and the schedule and the budget a little bit better. That can really help on the design and construction side. So with the capacity check, if that could be expanded beyond just the moment of time, such that as things update, that customer can be notified, hey, you put a capacity check in January 2024, and now it's June of 2024, and the building next door just reserved some capacity. So now what we said was available, now maybe only 80% of that is available. What would you like to do about it? And then if there's something that could be done, they can start to plan that in advance. Second part of that, and I'm sorry, and then I'll shut up, is when there are fees and reservations involved, everyone gets really concerned about equity, because if the projects with funding and with money can reserve these things, then it becomes sort of a commodity. And developers and building owners who don't have that available could get left out. And then they are the ones then paying for the capacity upgrades at the end of the line, because they could not necessarily get their foot in. So that then gets into the second surprise, which is the cost. And again, I know that's a question for another day, but I do want to consider equity across all buildings that are trying to reserve capacity, that it's not just a race to the finish line here, but that we want to try to be fair to all people who are trying to develop in Colorado. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Gilmore. Appreciate it. And I think, yeah, kind of a somewhat related, you had said there's kind of no tracking or follow up on what's happened to capacity since you did that one-time check. You know, I know at least an idea that some people have discussed is more like heat mapping of available load capacity, which we're moving on in the DFP in terms of hosting capacity for, say, DERs, but what about load capacity for new load? Perhaps only exacerbates the problem you talked about, that it becomes a race then to get the free capacity for whoever has the money the fastest. But, you know, it certainly provides more continued intelligence for, you know, potential buildings, but then potentially exacerbates the equity issue. It's like more information can be used by everyone, and some projects will certainly not benefit from that potentially. But just another idea thing to put in this mix. You know, are we missing kind of hosting capacity mapping for load, not just for DERs, as we move forward, so that people can better plan, you know, especially if we're looking at EV chargers at new buildings, you know, to have more of that. But there is still the issue you brought up, certainly. So, Mr. Shea, something real briefly. I was going to go to Ms. Kutzer.
Yeah, I was just going to say I'm glad that Ms. Gilmore brought up the issue of equity. That is one of our sort of foundational concepts that we are trying to incorporate into not only this project, but everything we're doing. And I think there is the potential to design something like this in a way that addresses those issues. We certainly want to hear that feedback and incorporate that. But I do think there's the potential that this type of process could really be beneficial to those types of project developers in providing a little bit more support, design support, and potentially opportunities to long-term reduce energy burden and costs on especially in, you know, low-income developments, housing developments on residents there. So thank you for raising that, and certainly trying to keep that front of mind.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Kutzer.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. I just wanted to chime in and say that this is a really promising idea from Mr. Shea. I'm really looking forward to City and County of Denver's filing. To echo a couple of comments that Ms. Gilmore put on the table, I do think that this conversation would need to be paired with a conversation about customer cost responsibility. I know we're not talking about that today, but it does seem as though this should be part and parcel of the same conversation. So I just want to make sure that that's not missed. I think there's a lot of additional details that COSA would be interested in terms of understanding the program dynamics. The other issue that I'd like to flag is I think we would want to make sure that the tracking process for any deposits was really clear. Who's responsible for that tracking? Is it the company? Is there customer insight into how that's being tracked? It does make me a little bit nervous to hear that one of the program components may be forfeiting a deposit. I think that could itself become a barrier to having at least the COSA members interested in pursuing this kind of process. But I do think, you know, I don't want to be too pessimistic. I think it's really important to bring some new thinking to the table, given the really extensive problems that we've seen in the space. And so remain very open to talking with Denver and the other stakeholders more about this idea. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kutzer. Mr. Berman, any initial kind of thoughts?
I was just going to say that we're listening and we look forward to the comments and the application. And I do think that, you know, Mr. Shea's ideas, certainly he has the right venue to bring that forward for evaluation, and does seem kind of like a longer term type of pilot that would make sense in the DSP.
Any initial comments or thoughts on feasibility of some of the aspects from public service point of view?
I'd ask if any of our experts have any initial thoughts. I mean, I think it's challenging to respond to a very high level conceptual kind of design, knowing that, you know, the devil's in the details here, and there are a lot of details.
Yeah, I guess, but I'm hoping to make as much progress as we can today in just like identifying high level concerns, things that would stop progress in a certain area, you know, so to the extent you all can comment at all on, well, here are the things we'd have to figure out or we'd be the most concerned about, that might help. I mean, to the extent that Mr. Shea is trying to bring forward kind of a proposal that might be able to get consensus or might be able to like build upon any concerns, you know, I think it's in everyone's interest that whatever's proposed be super functional, especially from the utilities perspective. So I don't know, any kind of high level concerns or things that would be the most important to kind of work the details out on early would be helpful.
Okay, I'll have to defer to any of our team because they know this stuff much better than I do. So I don't want to speculate on where the potential pitfalls could be.
Sure.
And one thing that I will say as Mr. Mino comes up, and I think as it relates to the conceptual capacity check process, we've heard a lot of feedback today, and certainly there's some opportunity for improvement there. And I think we just need to think through the best way to provide information efficiently so that we're not spending an inordinate amount of time and money on a process like that, but we can get customers information.
Mr. Mino. Sorry, I called you Mr. Minnow before. It's Mino.
No worries. Yeah, I pronounce it Mino. Yeah. I get the full gambit though. No, I think these are all good ideas. Like Steve said, I think the devil's in the details. Some concern that I have about the capacity reservation idea is we already have something like that currently with our ATOs, our automatic throwover service, where you can reserve capacity on the system, and it winds up chewing up a lot of capacity that we can't use to serve load that wants to come online soon. So that would be, you know, just how do we track it? How do we account for it? How do we get compensated for it? You know, those are all things I think we're gonna need to hash out as we, you know, explore that further. But I think there's some merit to it.
Excellent. It sounds like Mr. Shea will provide more detail in the filings here, and I would certainly invite, you know, public service if you have any kind of comments or thoughts. Really in the spirit of collaboration, I certainly understand you all want to provide the best customer service to customers here. We're hearing concerns in an area, so I certainly hope you'll take the opportunity to provide kind of more detailed feedback. So perhaps a a proposal like this, or something else. It could be a different proposal. It could be a different variation. It doesn't have to be this, but that we can get some progress here and get somewhere. Ms. Gilmore.
Yeah, me again, sorry. My one concern about the sort of the Hawaii pilot type of project is that it doesn't necessarily solve the problem for all customers. It only kicks it to the next customer, unless we somehow use that information to inform where public service does their investments. All that really does is it makes it the next guy's problem. And then, at some point, we're still running out of capacity at the places where it's needed. So I like this idea a lot, but I don't think it can be a standalone solution without the planning aspect that comes even before this. Like I like the idea of the heat map, right? Like that based on whether it's the capacity checks or the reservations, that somehow those are all going forward to inform where the investments need to be made way ahead of time. Where are the hot developments? Is it Rhino? Is it Commerce City? Where do we need to focus based on this interest? And then I think in parallel, those can work together. But on its own, this is helping prioritize buildings, but it's still leaving a lot of people out in the cold. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Ms. Dubé, I hope I got it right. So I'm not seeing is muted, but I'm not hearing you. Maybe your machine is muted.
All right, I'll try that.
Yeah.
First of all, thanks, Commissioner Gilman, for hosting this. I think this is a great idea to get all of the different elements of the process together so we can talk through things. I do definitely agree with you, Ms. Gilmore, about the fact that the capacity and the fact that the capacity is just so unknown to everyone is kind of the crux of the problem. But with regards to the proposed pilot program, we do have, when we submit in the City and County of Denver, when we submit a concept plan, it does go to somebody at Excel. So if there's a way to kind of tie this all together rather than creating an entirely separate application, entirely separate step, I think that could be potentially pretty helpful as well. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Elam.
Yes, thank you. And I wanted to build on this thread a little bit. I think to Ms. Stubbs' comment, we do extensive area planning and comprehensive planning as local jurisdictions. And so we understand pretty well where growth conditions are, where change conditions are, and where some of our needs are, and thinking about how we can potentially blend that comprehensive planning process with our electrical infrastructure process, I think is helpful. And I think we shouldn't discount our ability as local jurisdictions to create taxing districts and other tools as we think about how to address the future customers that come on, to Ms. Gilmore's point. How do we not just solve for one, but solve for the breadth of what we need to build out and provide those no regrets investments as we're making investments for somebody who's triggering something. So just thinking about how we can partner a little bit more proactively.
Thank you. Ms. Kutzer?
Yes, I'll jump back in on this conversation, triggered by a comment by Ms. Gilmore about, really the systemic needs that we're seeing on the company's system, particularly in Excel's service territory. I am of the opinion that we really need to rethink utility investment and increasing capacity as a whole. That's the point of this proceeding. I definitely see that, but I do think that the City and County of Denver's proposal is a good first step, but it's not going to solve the larger problem of making sure we have adequate capacity for all customers to be able to participate in the energy transition. And so I do agree with her in that this is a much larger systemic problem. I know the company has a lot of motivation to look at things differently, but I do want to stress from COSA's perspective, we really see an acute need to make sure that we're increasing capacity on the distribution system and making sure that we, take steps to look at it holistically. And so very much looking forward to the next distribution system plan as sort of the next iteration of how we're going to do that. But, just stress that I think this is a pretty big problem that we're going to need big solutions to address. So thank you.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of come up already, but it's quite a bit intertwined with cost allocation here, and especially to the extent that proactive investment looks very different from a cost allocation standpoint than kind of customer specific improvements, which are necessarily behind when the customer notifies someone, right? So we have a bit of a cyclical problem here, and I don't think cost allocation is the root of it, but cost allocation is very necessarily intertwined with when this investment happens, who triggers it, who decides to pull the trigger on the investment, whether or not that building is definitively getting the chargers or getting built or whatever it is. So this is good. I just candidly, it was too big to take it all in one day. I don't think we could do it all in one workshop. So my concept was we'll have another workshop to look more specifically at cost allocation and kind of, obviously no one likes to be on the hook for the grid upgrades, but like knowing customers are paying either way. And so it's like, to what extent is that individual customer paying, and is that appropriate? And then you have equity concerns with other projects that are far more poorly capitalized versus other things. So yeah, this has been good to convince me, yes, we definitely need to schedule this, and ideally as soon as we can, but schedules are pretty tough. So happy to get this one on, but I think probably following this, watch for another order. We will try and get that scheduled, because I think it's a priority as part of this conversation. We can't just have the one part to develop kind of a full concept or proposal that we can all noodle on. It kind of needs to involve the cost allocation question as well.
Yeah, and if I might, while I'm off mute, I agree with you 100% and really appreciate your taking the time to have that specific conversation about customer cost allocation. I think I might add that thinking about sort of the traditional bond right principles of cost causation could be a valuable part of that conversation, as well as utility barriers to making these forward-looking investments to the extent that that's preventing some of this capacity from becoming available. I see value in having that be a part of the discussion as well. Again, we just need to see that capacity available to meet the state of Colorado's goals. So thank you. Appreciate your listening to me.
Yeah, no worries. Mr. Koo.
I just wanted to support Elizabeth Gilmore's statements around it being a much broader issue. I did mention a couple of transactional examples, but from a downtown perspective with all the existing buildings, and if in fact we're trying to strive for 50% EV adoption, we're talking about in the neighborhood of 10 to 15,000 chargers just in a small area downtown, and we might be 1% of that right now, right? And so I'd be very interested in understanding kind of the overall community, broader capacity plan to say, hey, Lower Downtown has X number of widgets capacity now. It needs 3 times that or whatever to meet kind of a modeled need around. We think we're going to have so many more EV drivers and EV ownership. We think we're going to need to convert so many buildings off of natural gas. There's a much broader modeling exercise, I think, that is needed to say, hey, given all these demands that are coming from Energize Denver and other places, what is going to be the cumulative effect of that in the downtown area?
Thanks, Mr. Koo. Appreciate, and certainly, Mr. Berman, I know you're still here. Maybe you can pop back on, but as we talk about the distribution system planning process, I think, that's more or less the venue you're talking about, Mr. Koo, in terms of where these things are put together and where we see that vision. And within that, Mr. Berman, is essentially, you know, a 10-year look forward at what will the needs be on, what's the current kind of assessment of a lot of this infrastructure in terms of its ability to meet these loads. And the state policy goals do kind of buttress that the minimum kind of threshold to be designing to, with potentially a higher scenario. But I guess I was curious, Mr. Berman, to what extent, or like, do you all, or are you planning, or do you think you can involve some of these more localized? For example, I mean, Denver is probably the most obvious example in terms of kind of building performance movement, building code changes, and you know, honestly, putting a lot of incentives behind electrification, where you might just see a different growth pattern there than elsewhere. And so to what extent, I know in the DSP rules, it's like state policy, you know, but there might be areas that move at very different paces given like local incentives, policies, building codes. So to what extent are you all able to integrate that into more localized forecasting on the electric system to kind of represent that in a DSP in terms of like the different pace that we'll see in different locations of the state?
Mr. Mino could probably give you a better answer than that, but I'd start by certainly saying that what Mr. Koo talked about absolutely sounds like the DSP and the purpose of that, right? So where those answers will come. I know we're looking at things very locally, so I don't want to commit to what we can and can't do in the DSP. I think maybe Mr. Mino would have a better response to kind of how we're looking at the system planning and what we can provide.
Yeah, and I think we included this in our waiver to get the DSP filing pushed in November, but we do plan to incorporate at least one of the forecasts from the clean heat plan that was filed last year, as well as electric vehicles, into our base forecast that we plan our system to. That's the forecast we're developing currently that we're planning on using in our filing this fall. So, you know, we are trying to take a more proactive approach and look at that at a more granular level in terms of what we expect those impacts to be for electrification EVs. So I think you'll see a lot more of that in this upcoming DSP.
And just kind of to build on that, how localized can that get? Because I mean, we're talking about issues largely from the substation down, right, for customers, or at least in some part. And so the distribution of where the growth happens at what pace seems to me to be very particularly important to be planning. So, you know, are you all planning on just taking kind of forecasting at a very high level and smushing it out, or actually looking more granularly at what kind of incentives and codes and things will be influencing the pace of electrification in certain areas, in certain neighborhoods, on certain substations that may run at a very different pace than the system at large?
Yeah, so I think we're definitely trying to take a more granular approach with it. In our tool LoadSeer, we're able to build out the propensity for adoption for all these different technology types. So whether that's electrification, EVs, solar generation, batteries, whatever that may be. And we're able to take these high-level forecasts that we have at a system level and allocate that down to the system at a very granular level, down to the premise level. And it takes into account things like that, like you know, we can increase the propensity for adoption in, say, in Denver, where they have electrification goals. So we are working on that as well for this current forecast that we plan on filing in the fall.
Thanks. And probably one follow-up question before I get to Ms. Kutzer. To what extent do you all internally track that local building codes and local changes that would change the propensity to adopt electrification? Is that something you all are actively tracking and kind of understanding what the different inflection points and shape of that adoption would look like under those circumstances in order to put it as an input into your modeling?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that we have a complete picture of that, but the areas that we do know that have different building codes, we are taking that into account. I would say we were aware of most of them, if not all of them, but I'm not sure if it's all of them. But you know, we are aware of different, you know, building codes, different electrification goals based on the different municipalities and and cities, and we're factoring that into our propensity models for our upcoming forecast, if that makes sense.
I know. Back to you, Ms. Cook.
Yeah, Commissioner Gilman, you had the same thinking I did, and I just wanted to stress that I think it's not only important for the company to contemplate its own regulatory plans for things like clean heat and vehicle electrification, but also those local codes that we were just discussing, as well as state level requirements like Regulation 28 that are going to dramatically increase the amount of electrification we're going to see on the system. So improving upon the company planning processes to address what are, I'd stress, regulatory requirements is really, really important. So the company's not just planning for requirements that the PUC has, but also that other state agencies and local governments have as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Other thoughts from other folks that can be either on Denver's proposal, a new proposal, or even just like one specific point in which you'd like to see an improvement in either process or communication that would make things kind of more predictable, transparent, and efficient. Let me see who's Ms. Granville.
Hi.
There you are.
Yes, I'm Jean Granville, and I'm part of the community. I'm the president of the Sun Valley Community Coalition, which is located in Denver, and itself is going through substantial redevelopment and increasing a tremendous amount of affordable housing. I guess it sounds like there's another meeting that needs to be planned for, the bigger picture of planning. But I guess I just wanted to throw in here, and I don't know maybe the way to phrase it correctly, but I'll just let you know our experience. And I hear a lot about, the conversion concerns and the capacity for that. But what I'm also concerned is about these large developments that are in the process, that either have plans that have actually been approved and in the process of their infrastructure master plans along the South Platte River and I-25 corridor. That's about 262 acres of high density infill. We're talking about 70 stories in some cases. And what I hear from Excel, and this is what I'm not hearing yet, you've mentioned substations, is that Excel is saying, well, we need 5 to 7 small substations right now. And that the load for potentially for these infill developments, just 2 of them alone, which is about 100 acres, will be more than all of downtown in terms of load. And so I know that the technology changes. I know that there's lots of potential for doing, things like geothermal and solar and, kind of alternative technologies. But what I'm also hearing from Excel is that, well, but nobody will let us build, these substations. And I'm just concerned that why there's no conversation for these large infill tracts to also have responsibility, not only for, best efforts for, green infrastructure, but also dedication potentially for substations to meet their on-site need if it's needed. And I just haven't heard that. What I hear from the city is oh, we can't tell Excel where to build. I hear from the master developers, oh, we can't tell Excel where to build. And from Excel, I just hear, well, nobody will sell us the land so we can build. So for us, that just kind of, feels like a disconnect. And what we've experienced in Sun Valley, which is a very poor neighborhood and has been a poor neighborhood, one of these master developers coming in and building land we already have the largest substation in all of Denver, located in our neighborhood. And now they've come in and they're buying more land to offer it up so that their substation can be built for their high-end development, you know, down up the river. And so there's an equity, I think, and justice issue, as well as just a capacity conversation. And I feel like we're doing these infrastructure master plans with no discussion of that. We're doing development agreements in Denver with absolutely no discussion of that. And I'm just kind of at a loss, I guess, from a community standpoint as to how that conversation can really be advanced. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Grenville. I appreciate it, and I appreciate your perspective. And I think Mr. Shea has his proposal he's working on, and maybe taking a lot of notes here about especially concerns, but looking at this planning from a broader, more community-wide perspective. Certainly seems like it could be a benefit. Got it. Thumbs up from Mr. Shea. Thanks, Ms. Grenville. Catherine Wyskowski.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Sorry, I'm having some issues with my video right now, but I'm Catherine Wyskowski with Sonova Energy, and I have a few ideas and ways to improve and streamline communication in the process. So we partner with home developers, and when we build new communities, we want every home to come ready with solar panels on the roofs. And one of the issues that we've been seeing is we don't necessarily get all of the feeder information that we need early on in the process. There's been times where, you know, the feeder that is directly connected to the community doesn't have any capacity issues, but the next one, the one that's beyond, that leads back to the substation, may have capacity issues. And that secondary capacity issue we're informed about much later in the process. So it would just be helpful to understand, you know, more holistically what the capacity issues could be for new developments. Additionally, Commissioner Gilman, you had mentioned it before, but just the disconnect between the service planning team and the interconnection teams. And it is true, they do have different items to review, and I guess different requirements that they are reviewing, but it would just be so helpful if they could work together, and if we could just have an idea with these new communities of exactly what issues we may see. I mean, it's just really difficult when we believe a community can be built and has the capacity for it when we discuss with the service planning team. But then there is conflicting information with the interconnection team. And the last point I have, right now, when projects have to go through the study process, there's a meeting with the Excel team before the report is distributed, but there's been a requirement to have a meeting for each study. So if we have 7 homes that required a study, we have 7 separate 30-minute meetings to discuss the study, even though, like, we really just need this so our engineers can understand if they want to go through an additional screen. It just seems like if there's already internal capacity issues, we can just streamline that process and have one meeting for all of the individual homes in a development that may have to go through a study process. But we do really appreciate Excel working on the interconnection process. We have seen timelines go down, and I just think there's ways to improve and help them streamline the interconnection review process in their own team.
Thank you. I appreciate those comments. Mr. Berman, or let me see, check my notes. Mr. Will, maybe a question for you. As you all are kind of accepting the new load forms for an application, would there be a way, I mean, I understand that when you get the interconnection request, you know, that'll come in under the solar installer, which is often not the builder or developer. And so, yeah, they're, or even under the customer's name or whatever. So they are different entities potentially. But oftentimes, I think the builder and developer are aware of the solar, of the specs. Is there a way to streamline the process at all whereby in your new load connection form, you would be alerted to the presence of solar and the amount, so that when you're doing your considerations, that could at least be evaluated in one step or as part of the broader evaluation of the load training?
I'm hoping to get some help because this is more detail than I can dive into.
No worries.
I know there's a really big important question there that's going to probably require our system planning and DER team to address. I will just stress the one about the meeting. My team does schedule that with installers. I will say the meeting is optional. However, if there's any indication that's not clear, I can be sure to make my team aware of that, as well as ensure that the communication going out to installers know that is optional. We don't require it. Customer options meeting is something in the PUC rules that we include in the process, just to ensure that we have time to explain to the installer and customer if they so choose to attend and go through those results. But I'm happy to bring that back to my team and ensure that is more clear, so that we don't have unnecessary repeats of meetings that you feel are not necessary. So happy to bring that one back. I will have to defer to DER or other parties internally regarding the larger question about sounding like identifying those feeders earlier in the process, or remitting that production of the system back to the load teams. So I'm gonna have to pass that one on.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, there's Mr. Mino.
Yeah, I can only talk to the larger systems since my team gets involved with those, but we do take into account, if we get applications for DER on a feeder, we'll take into account what that forecast looks like. We'll take into account if we plan on reconfiguring that feeder within the next year or so, when we study those systems. So we do take those into consideration, but we'll say Dean Shero came on. I'll pass over to him for some of the smaller ones.
Yeah, Dean. This is Dean Shero, manager of the DER integration team. Guess to address for the smaller systems and the two different processes, do understand there can be it does create a additional challenge. Though we'll need we'll also recognize that we're looking at two different parts of the system. One, the ability to serve the load, and then the other side, the ability to allow for the PV that's being installed to basically offset the load, or during daytime when loads are down to basically serve other customers on the feeder. So there are different things to evaluate. So there are different processes and different application processes for those two parts. And it's just a matter, sometimes it sounds like it is the timing of when developers and installers are going through those application phases. But one thing to note, from an interconnection of distributed energy resources of a solar systems. We're not, in a process to reserve the capacity, so it is on a first come, first serve, and it is based upon the application order that those applications are submitted into our system.
Thanks. And, maybe you all can't kind of rethink right now, but I think what I keep racking my brain over is, yes, is the way we do it. They are separate processes right now, but is there a better way to do it? If we were to imagine the best way to do this, would it be how we're doing it right now? And to not just be constrained by this is how we're doing it right now, kind of necessarily, I mean, I certainly understand that in new construction, you would basically, the way you all are doing this right now necessarily phases it such that the interconnection comes, months or years after the actual connection of the load. So it just might be pretty inefficient way to do it if we're not kind of considering the totality of what that building intends to do in terms of interaction with the grid. So perhaps I would just impress upon the public service team, if you all can think about this and take it back, and if we were designing this process to work as efficiently and helpfully as possible, would we tweak some things? Could we do it differently? And maybe it's not like a full interconnection, but perhaps the load form should be soliciting information about the intention for DERs so that it can be considered. And yes, you could do some separate official process if needed, but it seems like we're lacking some kind of insight that is gettable at that point in time, which feels a little unfortunate because it's inefficient.
I guess I can say is it's stuff that we can always take back and look at ways to address it. It's probably even something to look at further within the workshops that will be occurring to address the new construction process. So
thank you, appreciate that. Vince Bagetta, Denver.
Hi there. Thanks, Commissioner Gilman, for having us. Vince Fugetta with the City of Denver. I work in the Climate Action Office with Dan Shea. I'm not going to speak on our pilot, but just something I've been thinking about throughout this proceeding is if there's any inspiration we can draw from the transmission generator interconnection process. So across the country, transmission providers are shifting from this kind of first come, first served serial queue for generators to connect to the transmission system to cluster study models. And I'm wondering if that's something that would be potentially possible for load service. So if you can possibly study if there's multiple applications for load service in a certain area at the same time, kind of drawing inspiration from this clustered study model process. And there's also transmission providers have ways of allocating costs across multiple generators in that case for transmission upgrades. So again, in that light, is there room for that to sort of happen with the distribution system and on the load side of things, and potentially on the interconnection side of things as well? As it sounds like Dean pointed out that it is considered on a first come, first served basis for, I think that was distributed energy resources. So I don't know if anybody else has any insight, maybe the folks at Excel, if you have any thoughts about that, because I'm sure there's members on your transmission team that work on these cluster studies, and yeah, what are your all thoughts on that? I'm curious.
Before you go, Mr. Mino, I'll add my interest to the question. I too looked at cluster studies and thought, is that a model? I mean, both in terms of kind of anticipating local load more holistically in one fell swoop, but also in terms of, a better way for cost allocation instead of just being the straw that broke the camel's back. You can look more at the totality of what's needed in an area and perhaps more fairly, assess costs for upgrades in the area. So just wanted to add my interest. I also kind of looked at that and said, is there something here for us on a smaller scale, given the challenges we have right now? So I'll go to you, Mr. Mino.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think on the DER side, we've seen some success with the cluster studies. We're doing that with some of the CSGs that we're studying. We have done in the past, but with the load side, I think one of the challenges is we get these applications that come through at all these different times, and they never come at the same time. It could be a year apart, and given the timeframes we have to reply within, that makes a cluster pretty challenging, I would say. So I don't know if there's a way for customers to kind of collectively come together and then apply. That might make it a little more feasible to do a cluster study type analysis here, but that's just some of my off the cuff thoughts based on that comment.
Yeah, very helpful. And I see maybe as Mr. Shea's working up his final vision here, like this is another moving part as far as like how do we, I think to some extent the kind of more community approach that you're working on, Mr. Shea, kind of lends itself to this idea of somehow having more insight and more intelligence about what is going to go on in a certain area or who's planning what. And conceivably, people are at all different stages of development. And as we're looking out at potential loads, you could have EV chargers that come on almost overnight versus, a development that takes years and years to plan and execute. So, I hope maybe that's something you could consider in your proposal as how do we kind of incorporate these many aspects.
Yeah, I'm glad it's been fantastic to sit here and listen to everybody's ideas and the feedback. And I think to your point, yes, that is exactly something that we believe that this model could have the potential to sort of leverage that localized knowledge and the knowledge within other city agencies to help identify some of those opportunities to create that sort of load forecasting or cluster study sort of model. I also want to echo that I couldn't agree more with a lot of the other folks who, this is not, we don't, we're under no illusions that this will solve the issue. We completely agree that cost allocation is going to be really an important aspect of this. I think for us, we viewed it as really applying to the topic of today's workshop, specifically looking at process solutions, ways to improve communication between public service and developers, ways to provide greater certainty to developers, both around cost and timelines, and also to the company in terms of providing them with better information from potential developers around, system load implications and what that means. And I think more to something you mentioned earlier, that sort of standardized process, the standardization of and sort of linking of a more holistic approach across the companies. We talk about how they're sort of isolated, siloed processes right now, and how do we get them to communicate with each other and also with developers a little bit more uniformly in a standardized format.
Thanks. Yeah, and that being said, just something I know Mr. Mino was talking about a bit, kind of just the predictability, the timing difference. It's hard to know everything that's coming at once. But to some of what Mr. Koo was talking about, especially given some of what we're seeing in Denver, probably specifically with regard to kind of building code adherence and things like that, as well as EV adoption. I wonder if existing buildings and service upgrades just patently feel different and run at a different pace and with a different predictability than new development, and just if that's something, not that they should be treated unequally, but there just might be a difference in how these things get planned and move forward in a different pace and a different certainty. And so it's just worth acknowledging. I don't want to express a preference for one or the other, but they might just have kind of different characteristics as far as how they help us plan or be proactive or the extent to which existing buildings can come together. They're already right there. They're neighbors. They can talk about their plans and potentially decide to pool an expense or to do something intentionally that might be much more difficult to do in new construction where the players aren't quite so clear. So just to point out, like there's different situations, and potentially things work in certain circumstances. It might be more challenging in others.
Yeah, and I think your point, bringing in building codes and other sort of local requirements, like there are anticipated timelines that we can anticipate, and I think the company can rely on based on compliance requirements with those, meeting Energize Denver and other sort of requirements for buildings that like we are working with them as well. And so as much as that's where we think we have a great opportunity to play a part here is putting them and helping to pool those sort of projects together, both for their benefit, but also for the companies and sort of understanding that in terms of their modeling moving forward. So I think those your point to make sure to incorporate those into the planning and the modeling is, I think, really important.
Just for my benefit, is that a dialogue that already occurs or that you hope will occur in terms of you all feeding your projections to public service?
Sorry, could you repeat that one more time?
Is that a dialogue or like a kind of sharing of information that already occurs or that you hope will occur in terms of the city providing their projections on the exact kind of response to your building codes and what that means for increasing capacity?
I would say hoping. We understand that, for us as well, I have to say we have met with the company and discussed this idea a couple of times and gotten some of their feedback in other venues. And we realize that there are efficiencies that we can improve on and sort of connecting various city agencies to ensure that we have a more uniform process as well. So that is something that, we are also taking on and trying to figure out ways to improve.
Yeah, I would bet the extent to which you're building code people and transportation planners and can give them one load suggestion rather than 5 separate ones could certainly be helpful. Thanks, Mr. Shea. Ms. Gilmore.
Yeah, thanks everyone. It's been I've learned a lot today from all of you. I really appreciate all the insights and perspectives. I'll add just one more thought on the timing side of things. And this maybe crosses the line over into the money side of things also, but it goes along with the theme of let's try to eliminate as many surprises as we can. Currently, when a project can go into sort of the actual service application phase, things are pretty far along, and that's when surprises in capacity or fees become disastrous. Crisis mode. I'm sure several of us on the call have gotten some of those panicked calls about the surprises that happen. If that could be moved up even a little bit, 6 months, so that a project could start to apply earlier and get some of that built into the construction schedule and the financing before loans close and before contractors are on site. Even that much time difference could make a huge difference to the success, the viability of the project, and the elimination of some of the surprises that come up. So as we talk about this, I'd love to talk about the timeline, and that's going to help us our projects that are on the short term. Like I think the pilot is a good idea for the long term, but we still have a short term problem, and even tightening up some of those response times I think could help a lot. Thanks.
Ms. Gilmore, just so I can be a little more clear, are you looking to have kind of the actual application for service be earlier in the design process, such that the construction team is submitting, perhaps 5% less complete information, but it happens sooner so that you can get a response sooner? Or are you looking at keeping that point in the process the same when you apply and having somehow a different timeline or response time for public service. That clarification would be helpful.
Yeah, I think so. Like the electrical engineer pretty much knows what kind of capacity they need by the time they're in DDs, but they can't apply until I'm not going to say this right because I'm not an electrical engineer, but let's say, you know, after they have a permit. And it's maybe slightly after that. Public service folks, you can probably say that more specifically, but by that time, you know, contractor is probably engaged. The financing has closed. They might have a loan already. There's been a lot of planning that's gone into play, including scheduling and financing. So when we throw in kind of the surprise after some of those things are already in play, you know, it causes a great big mess. So the earlier that could happen, where that application could go in and they've you know, made the reservation and during the design process, and then it's locked in before you know, before things get too far down the road. Or if then, oh, hey, there's no capacity and they know that 100% DDs, and perhaps then they can make some design changes still. So like we were talking about with potential load reduction strategies. Perhaps those didn't have a great payback before, but when compared to a potential capacity upgrade, maybe they would. And then there's still a chance to implement that before it's too far down the road. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. I know I'm trying to think through, you know, I certainly understand. I mean, I used to work in construction, so like, I get it. You know, I see and understand, and it's a very difficult level to have to get a project to get any sort of firm response. The other side of that coin is before your financing is done, before you have a permit, the project is, I don't know what percentage, less likely to actually be built, right? Because those are two real big milestones.
So maybe
So like,
I think that's a great point. Maybe it is sort of that two-step process where perhaps there's a bit more of a commitment on both parties, you know, whether there's a larger deposit and now the capacity is officially reserved at that point. And it doesn't have to be years in advance, but maybe it's 6 months in advance or something like that. There could be different timelines for this sort of objective to reduce or eliminate the surprises.
So perhaps there's an option to do an earlier in the process, and there is somewhat more risk on the developer or the builder, because things are not at such a complete phase, in that there is a deposit or something that is more substantial on that side. I'm just trying to weigh, you know, there's two sides of every coin. It's a less certain project if it's earlier, although I very much understand like the difficulty with waiting until it's all done. And I think probably incredibly small incremental differences in your electric load, but in the last, you know, 5% of your design, but there's less certainty the project goes forward. So okay, that is super helpful in brainstorming. Ms. Stubbe, sorry, can you tell me how to pronounce that?
It's Stubbe, you got it. Thank you. I wanted to piggyback off of what Ms. Gilmore was saying about yeah, I think there's a little bit of a disconnect with expectations that Excel has versus expectations that developers have with regards to like the capacity check timeline and then subsequently the cost. Recently, I was at the ULI Emerging Trends event, and Ms. Velasquez was one of the panelists there, and she kept harping like, please reach out to us early on in your project so we know what your capacity is. And on two different projects we've been working on, one in particular that we're still waiting on, we reached out last May, and we still, as of the end of January, as of now, are still waiting for a capacity check. We're under construction at this point. So I think there's a little bit of like a, I think developers and public service really want to be able to get this stuff ironed out earlier, but we just don't have a process for it. You know, like back on this particular development, back last May, we submitted to the builder's call line. We submitted our application, and it's just, that was a long time before we were starting construction with this. And it's just, there just hasn't been like a process put in place for, and I recognize that every development's different, everyone's special, but maybe if there was a checklist of like, if you're over this size, then you need to provide a one line, then you need to provide, it like some way of kind of streamlining it a bit, just so that way Excel has their designers that are working on it have what they need, or have like an expectation of what they're going to need to review it. And when you're applying for it or you're asking for a capacity check, you can, as a developer, you can provide those things to just make things move along faster. And it's just, it kind of feels like without that process in place, and I believe, I don't remember who exactly said it, but every team kind of responds a little bit differently than every other team. So there's just not, even project to project, there's not a procedural expectation to be able to say like, all right, well, hopefully we'll have our capacity check, and if we submitted all of our things, we'll have it in 4 months, for example. And so, I think that from the developer side, we're really trying, oftentimes really trying to provide the information and everything that we need to be able to get a capacity check, so that all that information is out in the open as early as possible in a project. But it's just the process isn't there to support it at this point. So,
Ms. Dubé, just some clarification. So what you had requested is a conceptual capacity check, or like an official application for
an official application.
Okay. And you have no response or no kind of ideas on the timeline?
It's the amount of time that it had taken between hearing a response from this particular team on this project, from, hey, we need this piece of information from you, provided it like a week later, didn't hear from them for like 2 months. And then it's just like, there wasn't, I think, had we initially been given a list of things to provide, outside of what the builder's call line application asks for, then we could have cut down on that amount of time, that back and forth that seemed to just stretch on, and is, I think, still stretching on. I think they said the last we heard was, we're anticipating on getting it over to design to get a capacity check soon. So, but yeah, that was with a application.
Okay. And so, and I'll confirm, I would be happy to have public service chime in too, but like when you submit an actual application from the builder website, well, that's where I can find it, but on the builder website, it's a couple page application. It's pretty common, more information is needed. It's just,
yeah, and I would say that application probably applies to, it applies to a lot of different instances. If you need to upsize your gas line, then that application covers it. If you have a new construction, and you need gas and electric for like a multifamily building, that application covers it. So it's a pretty broad application, I would say. But yeah, and oftentimes, I mean, even with this one, we submitted a one line right away, because we were like, well, you're probably going to need this. But yeah, just a little bit more, I would say, thoughtfulness around the process, I think, would just help everybody a lot.
Thank you. Mr. Mino, I had a follow-up. I think it's for you, but I forget who had said it previous. I was asking kind of where someone could find the information they would need to kind of submit a full application, and ideally in some pretty basic circumstances, if it's multifamily housing or an office building or retail, something not reinventing the wheel, where they could kind of get a list of what would be a pretty complete application from the start. And I think you referred me to the builder website. All I really find there is those like official applications, which are a couple pages long. So is that what we're referring to, or is there something else on that website that's more detailed that indicates exactly what should be provided, like what information to streamline an application?
Are we talking conceptual or real capacity checks?
actual application, real capacity check? Because I think you said conceptual, there is nothing, right? Just to confirm. Okay.
Yeah, I think this one is mine, Dave. So I can jump in. It depends on which application is being submitted, right? To your point, the forms, or what we consider our older applications, it's limited because it is a 2 or 3 page document that has to fit all the different scopes. We encourage our customers to apply via our FastApp portal, which is more of a, each selection you make will drive the next question. So it kind of steers you towards the electric gas. And I think it's more detailed there. And we have the opportunity to get more information when people apply online through our FastApp portal, rather than submitting one of those paper applications where the amount of information we can collect is limited. And we certainly can't drive the next question based on that. It's just kind of one data dump to us via a paper application. So I'm not sure if folks are referencing that paper application versus the online portal, but I do believe that our Salesforce application process does allow more specificities to be provided based on the scope that's being requested.
Okay, that wasn't immediately clear to me in reviewing your website. Understandably, I'm not a builder or a developer, but I didn't understand that there was a difference in how this would go. And I saw documents and forms and thought that must be what they're talking about, what they want. But it sounds like there's a better way, and maybe that's not entirely clear that there's a better way, just for a bit of feedback.
Okay,
as a newbie using that website.
I think also you have to sign in to use that Fast app. And so if you're dealing with a new development that doesn't have an address and an Excel account yet, you can't get past that first step. So
what do you think, Mr.
Just a little tech glitch.
Mr. Feldkamp?
Nothing major.
Can you, as a prospective customer, use that method, or is only available for existing customers?
No, you can use that even without specific house addresses. Again, it depends if you're requesting an individual service, that's going to require an address. But if you're requesting what we consider distribution load, that steers you towards what our old paper form would refer to as a new plat submittal, which does allow you to request new services without applications.
Thank you.
Or without addresses, sorry.
Okay. Misty Lamb, sorry, just wanted to pull on that thread for a minute before I got to you.
No, absolutely. And it was interesting to listen to, so I appreciate the discussion. I just wanted to reflect back to some of the conversation that was happening earlier, just around the potential reservation process. And it kind of struck me that I feel like a lot of the processes in place today really favor the larger and wealthier development projects over to the expense of the smaller. And as you were talking about things like maybe it's a larger deposit to hold your reservation, I just wanted to name that maybe a good equity check would be really important. Feedback to Mr. Shea or others, because it just seems like the DIAs or the Amazons of the world are going to be able to navigate that maybe better than the smaller projects at the local level. So I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, thanks. A very important part of the process and our consideration, especially given the need for affordable housing. And how do we kind of look to that as well as in our cost allocation discussion, how that looks. So appreciate you bringing that up. So just an opportunity for any other thoughts, proposals, feedback. I very much appreciated the conversation thus far. I have this calendared until 5, but we're under no obligation to stay until 5. I just want to make sure we had time to have this conversation. So just want to give an opportunity for anyone else who would like to chime in or bring up an idea to do so now. Mr. Berman.
I just thought I would close, Commissioner Gilman, with asking if there's anything that would be helpful for the company to be thinking about preparing for next week, or where that discussion is headed.
It's been very busy, but I'm I'm working on it. I think I can get you some more detailed information, but my intention for really the workshop next week was focused with public service, especially around some of the areas where we're seeing distribution system constraints. I think to just get a lot better understanding and daylight on where are we talking about, when were the issues identified, what are the primary causes if we understand, and then what are the company's plans to move forward. And I think it's especially important as we look at the next DSP filing coming later this year to really understand the use of that process and what we saw here. And I think in ideally avoiding the degree to which we are seeing issues now. And how does that work with the DSP process as it works now? So really kind of getting a better understanding of what is going on right now, more on the distribution system constraints that projects are seeing. How widespread are the problems? When did they crop up? When do we anticipate they'll be solved? Do we see more coming right on their heels? And then the use of the distribution system planning process as a remedy, a venue to perhaps better anticipate, better plan as we move forward to avoid these in the future. That was my concept. I don't have an agenda for you right now today, but for the listening audience, that's next Monday, same place, same time, and can look at our online calendar for the link and whatnot to that. With regard to cost allocation, truth be told, it was difficult to schedule these two given the calendar, but I think we need to look in earnest to schedule a third, which is a workshop focused more intently on the cost allocation issue because it so directly relates to a lot of this question about proactivity versus waiting versus, who's responsible and to what degree and how we provide equity in the process seems really intertwined. So we'll probably be reaching out to look for a time for sure that your team's available so that we can host another workshop on that topic before too long.
Sounds good. And that was helpful. We will look forward to the discussion next week.
Excellent. And hopefully that gives a little better perspective. I'm hoping to get better perspective on just the scale of the issues we're seeing and when they cropped up and what's ideally going to be done. So with regard to that, otherwise, looking forward to seeing more filings from Denver as far as their kind of proposal, and hopefully, take into account some of the feedback that you heard today, some of those friction points, concerns, as well as, potentially from the company, I think we heard today, certainly around the conceptual capacity check process. It seems like there are some improvements that can be made, both in terms of kind of predictability of what customers should be providing you, so you can get as accurate as possible, how customers even know this is available as they're starting their projects, and some idea of that moving forward. I'd also love, if the company has any perspectives on the potential use of heat mapping for load projections, that would be really helpful. I mean, I think we talked through perhaps some of the pros and cons, but it is pretty obvious to me that a one point in time conceptual capacity check only tells people for that day they're obviously not concluding construction on their project that day. So to give them some way to continue tracking kind of how things are going, are we still looking good, without a many months long process to only figure out the bad news, that would be all things I would really appreciate if you could address. I'm also trying to look more acutely in the short term, something Mr. Shea was getting at. How do we improve kind of the smoothness of this whole process from the conceptual capacity check through to the official application? Is there any sort of, even internal tracking would be super useful so you all can understand where you're getting the most of them, where projects are continuing to move forward. It just seems like there's information here, but it's just kind of perhaps getting dropped or getting stopped once the conceptual capacity check happens. And I'd love some more information on how we can use what we saw there to improve our distribution system planning, improve preparation for projects, even if we don't go, all the way to this proposal. What can we do in the short term to just improve how this works and improve the customer experience here? So, yeah, I guess that being said, really wanted to just give my appreciation to all of you for joining me today. It's just a big thorny issue. There's a lot, and there's the way we've always done it, and I wanted to bring everyone together today to talk about, if we could redesign this, if we could think this through from the start, how would we have this work so that it really served the utility well, served customers well. Because at the end of the day, I certainly think, Mr. Berman, you and your team very much would like to meet customers with what they need and provide a good customer experience. And so hopefully this was a helpful venue for you to hear some of these concerns, and ideally there's a way to work together in the future on more of a consensus proposal to figure out how we get this all to work smoother and better and make it more predictable for your customers and prospective customers. So that everybody gets where they need to get. So that's my hope. Hopefully we have a first step here and some dialogue that's now opened, it sounds like, and can pivot probably around Mr. Shea's proposal on where can we improve this and move forward, in addition to potentially some near-term improvements that you all might be able to unilaterally do on that conceptual capacity check process, notice, tracking, those sorts of things. So, yeah, any other thoughts before we wind up today? Okay, with that, thank you all for joining us. I really appreciate it, and I'm excited to ideally make some progress here and make things work a little better for everybody. So thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, you too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.